Bor, Pin William, Ato in Juba, Malatori, Ayambio, Pin William, Ato in Benti, Walla Quadu, Wow, Pin William, Ato in Malkal, Walla Pinaram, Pin William,
Welcome to Lagos State Media, all the audience. Before we started, I would like to play the song that for
And John, you remember that?
All right. Thank you so much. Welcome to Lagos State Media Beyond Boundaries. All of you, we appreciate our viewers and all our guest speakers today, this afternoon, wherever you are tuning in. We have in the studio with us Professor Jok Madut Jok and Dr. Peter Birajak, Dr. Sande De John, Mr. Emmanuel Yakani, Comrade Gering Machar, and the host of the day or the night, Majok Makur Mala. I will yield the microphone to you, Brother Majok Makur, to take over, introduce the audience, the guests, and you welcome all the audience. I'm moving now to the clubhouse. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac Tiampol. To our viewers, welcome to Lagos State Media Beyond Boundaries. And I'm requesting all of you to share this live show on your Facebook wall, at least to reach to many South Sudanese to get to hear from this great mind in the studio. And as we titled it last week, or this week actually on Thursday, that there will be hot talk. Today is hot talk, and we apologize to our viewers for actually pushing the time from Thursday to Saturday. We had some inconveniences, that's why we pushed it to Saturday. And also to give most of you time or chance to listen to this great mind. And these are the seat of the nation, who most of you used to hear from our leaders some time back. And the seeds have really grown and they have already yielded fruits. It is a time for them to give us those fruits, for the young people in South Sudan to enjoy the fruits of these young people. And as you have heard from the president of Lagos State Media, Isaac Tiampol, in the studio with us is Professor Jok Madut Jok. Professor Jok Madut will also share his thoughts with the fellow South Sudanese and also share the ideas on how the nation is moving in regard to the political trajectory in our country. On the same note, we have Dr. Peter Biarajak. Biarajak Abudao is here with us, and he will also share his opinions in regard to the topic at hand. On the same notes, we have Dr. Sandele John, and don't be surprised, we have doctors and professors in the studio, which will actually give us chance and actually hope to we who still have a common man title called Mr. Something. Me too, I'm really hopeful that I will join the league of doctors or professors time to come. And on the same platform, actually, we have the Red, of which most of you have seen, who is like, he's a son of Red, and the Red has really consumed him, including his brain. And if you can see the heart at him, Comrade Agal Machar is here with us, and he will speak about the election and the issues of the country. And let me remind you, our viewers, it was last week when Agal spoke here eloquently, and most of you were really happy with him and requested us to bring him back. This time around, we did not bring him alone. We brought him with the different individuals in order to give meaningful to our discussions. And we have our usual guests, of which most of you are familiar with, Comrade Edmund Yakani. Edmund Yakani has done a lot to that country, and he's continued doing great things to our nation under his organization called SEPO. And our topic of today is about election. Is South Sudan ready for general elections next year, 2024 December, or not? And the topic that follow after that is the invitations which the government of South Sudan extended to the all-out group to join them in Juba for the roundtable discussion. And after that, we'll be having some few follow-up questions. And to you, our viewers, you have a chance to ask them whatever question that you deem fit to be answered by our guest. And we really need you to organize your questions under the comment section. And the team in the studio will also display your comments or your questions to our guest to answer them. To the Clubhouse audience, thank you so much for gathering there. I know the Clubhouse will be full more than Facebook Live, if I'm not wrong. And you always have a lot of questions to ask. Kindly put them in writings, and we will give you at least 5 minutes to ask your questions before we end our show. Up to this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome our guests and give each one of them 2 minutes for his opening remark before we dive into our conversation of today. But remind you again, share the live show so that many people will get the wisdom of these South Sudanese. Thank you so much. Let me start with Edmund Yakani. Edmund Yakani, can you give us your opening remark within 2 minutes, and then we move through the line? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. First, I'd like to say hi to Lex Media, and thanks to Lex Media and the audience of Lex Media and my colleagues, fellow panelists who are with us now. With all, we have some who have missed ourselves for a long time, and now at least we are connected on this show. And of course, not forgetting to commemorate the lives of those who have lost their lives that have resulted to our independence, that today we call ourselves as South Sudanese. As you know, tomorrow is Martyrs' Day, so we need to say hi to everyone, to the family of those whom we have lost, but also like to say we are proud of those whom we have lost their lives. Their lives have not ended up in vain. It has brought the independence that we're in now as a Republic of South Sudan. So I have to say, and of course, my wish is that we will keep on expressing our opinion, because a nation is not built through threatening or through waging a gun or shooting a bullet. A nation is built through dialogue. So I would like to ask audience that the culture of dialogue should be the best culture we should embrace. We should not threaten anybody, or because if somebody expresses his or her opinion, we need to level the person and threaten the person and make sure that the lives of the person is under threat. That particular behavior is an old behaviors. It's the behaviors of dictators. If we want to manage and we want to administer the state of South Sudan, we must be allowed to express ourselves where.
Sorry, apologies to our viewers for the inconvenience. We understand Edmund Yakani is in Juba, and you know how the internet always misbehave when things are actually being discussed. We apologize for that, and he will still join us back. the team in the studio, you can drop him and let him join us once again. Yeah, let me move on to Comrade Agel Machar. It is your time. Give us your opening remark within 2-minute time. Thank you. Unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Lake State Media, for the opportunity once more. Firstly, I would like to thank my colleagues that are here with me tonight. They are very distinguished individuals who have contributed so much for South Sudan and give us a lot of hope and potential to do more for the country. And particularly, I want to narrow down to my two fellow Red Army colleagues, Dr. Peter Jack and Dr. Sandra John, as the seed that were isolated and trained, indoctrinated in the mission and vision of SPLM in the 80s. Today marks the day on the 9th of July. We have it as a Red Army Day, where we celebrate and we try to recollect our collective past and history, joint history as Red Army. I know most of the Red Army in South Sudan have gathered today in Madimbor. This year, they are doing a celebration there. Our gratitude and our salutation are with them. At the same time, I also want to, at the eve of Martyrs' Day, is the 30th of July, the day we lost our former chairman, the founding chairman of SPLM, Dr. John Garang Mabior. I want to recognize him, his contribution, and contribution of all those martyrs that have fallen along the path to freedom, including Comrade Carbino Kwanyin-Bol, Comrade William Nwanbang, Yaram Tonarok, Yatagam Neshluk, and so forth, and all the officers, NCOs and soldiers that have fallen, and all the civilians that have been caught up in the war of liberation. All of them are martyrs because they have sacrificed their lives for the country that we have now. That's why the red color is the color of SPLM. So I want to recognize them. Thirdly, I also want to recognize the current chairman of SPLM, who happens also to be the patron of the Red Army, because it was Dr. John Garang who said that he was the direct commander of the Red Army. So whoever is the chairman and CNC of SPLM always is the commander of the Red Army. So I want to recognize Comrade Salva and salute him at the eve of the Martyrs' Day. That continue in the path of the colleagues that you have lost and found the way, and always remember them as you move forward. For me, I'm happy to discuss these issues. These two issues are very important. The issues of elections coming up, because elections is a double-edged knife. It can be a good thing for the country, it can be a bad thing for the country if mismanaged. And the second topic, which is the roundtable, which is an attempt of the current government to try and reach out to those brothers that have differed with them in opinion and in politics and in ideas, to try and have a roundtable as brothers, whether it is SPLM larger family or South Sudan large family, where we can have a roundtable and discuss the future of our country collectively as patriotic sons of this country. So these topics, I'm very happy to share with them, and I'm ready to give my views. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agelrin, for your remark. Eddie Munyakani, if you are there, kindly can you conclude your remark before we move on?
I think my conclusion remark is that, of course, as we know today, we are in the eve of our Martyrs' Day. We extend our stand and our hearts and our souls towards the families of the martyrs and their different categories, but also like to say, we are here as South Sudanese, and we should really address the issues as South Sudanese, being in the elections or being in the round table. And we must have open mind that the nation of South Sudan is not built by more of a selective and centralized mind. We must have an open mind, and must be democratic, and we must welcome every person's opinion, because he or she is a South Sudanese and have the right to contribute to whatever way that we need to build a South Sudan we want. So I'd like to say, let our voice in today's talk show be the voice of the South Sudan we want, that takes everybody without any form of discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eddie Munyakani and Agelrin, for your opening remark. We move to Dr. Sande De John. Give us your opening remark, 2 minutes. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much, Majongma Kur Malak, and the entire Lake State media team that has always been giving us the platform to share our views with our fellow countrymen and women. And I also extend the same to Professor Jok Madudjo, who is our senior, and of course to my brother Berajak Gudao, and also to my brother Edmond Yakani, and of course to my comrade, Gelring Machar, my fellow Jesh Amer, whose song was just sang, the grader who wanted to eliminate Sadiq al-Mahdi because he's bourgeois and put in John Garang. And we can recall our days in Korchum where we were rejected by the UNICEF, the feeding group, because we were fat boys. And we came up crying. I can recall those memories. So it has been a long struggle. Okay, it has been a long struggle. And we are here today. While converging at this stage of the Lake State media, we are not here to debate in a manner that is haphazard or in a manner that will maybe be injurious to any of the panelists that are here. We are going to contribute our ideas in a meaningful way to the matters that have been brought on the table, basically on the issues of elections as selected, and also on the roundtable conference as one of the day's topic. So we are available, and we can tell the audience we are the usual people that talk to you, the sons of South Sudan, willing to listen to your questions and contribute positively. In case of any difficult question that may arise that people may think would be hard, we will tackle it. And if it is really so hard, Professor is here, there is nothing he cannot profess. So I'll end my remarks here as I wait for the real time where we will talk about the issues at hand. Shukran.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sande De John, for your opening remark. We move to Dr. Peter Berajak Agudao. The chance is yours. Unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, my brother Majok Kur Malak, for inviting us once again to come and share our views with our fellow South Sudanese who are concerned about the situation that is unfolding in our country. Let me start off by wishing to all the members of the Red Army, wherever they are in the world, a happy Red Army Day. I know the struggle has been long, but obviously you can see today we have lived through to the mission that the SPLA meant for us. We were called the seeds of the nation. And despite the difficulties that we have faced in the world, many of us have done our best to advance our education and to continue the struggle of our people. Just in this studio, it's really a great pleasure to have so many accomplished members of the Red Army. As you can see before you, we have Dr. Sande De John, and obviously we have also my brother Gelring Machar. I also want to extend early Martyrs' Day wish to all the martyrs of South Sudan, those who lost their lives in the struggle to free South Sudan from oppression, from all the problems that our people face. The struggle has been long, but we have made a lot of accomplishment. Today we have a new nation, South Sudan, which we are all proud of. Although we have challenges, it is a foundation upon which we can build a better future for our people. Finally, I want to thank the Lake State media for giving us.
We apologize, our viewers. Something happened, and we'll wait for him. He will return to the studio shortly. Allowed me to invite or to welcome Professor Jok Madudjo to give us his opening remark. Professor, you're welcome.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you to Lake State Media and its entire team. I am grateful to be invited back once again, and I am grateful that I am sharing this platform today with such brilliant young minds. And it's great that it is happening on the eve of the Martyrs' Day. And I wish the families of those we lost a great day and a great chance to commemorate and to memorialize the names and faces of those we lost. I am somebody who has not taken up arms in the liberation, but I have kept my eyes on the liberation trail since its start. And it is duty of people like myself to always commemorate that liberation trail through actions for our country, but also through memorializing the names of these people that we have lost, and also the story. The stories of our struggle are important for us to record and to celebrate and to exhibit and to share with the generations to come. Because it is always said that each one of us has to leave something behind so that in the future they say so and so was here. It is important for us to engage in conversation. A wise person told me that people who talk with each other cannot be enemies to one another. If we talk to one another, we are bound to be one people, to build a nation that belongs to all of us and that each one of us aspires for. Let us talk with honesty. Honesty is the best propaganda. And stating facts as they are, even if they are against you, is the way. Next time the Lake State media convenes a panel like this on such important matters, I hope there will be a woman among the panelists. I think we have to cultivate that tradition of gender equity in our everyday interactions. This country belongs to all of us, and everybody must be heard if they need to be heard. So I wish all of us a great day of debate with honesty, with reverence, and with respect to each other and to our viewers and to our entire country. There is no need to project an image of antagonistic people. That doesn't help us when we are antagonistic. Even if we disagree, let us disagree respectfully. Thank you to Lake State Media, and I'll come back whenever there is a question on the table for me to try to tackle. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Jok Madud Jok. And your concern is really noted, and we apologize for that. Next time, we'll arrange it at least to empower and include some of our young ladies who can be in a position to share their thoughts too in regard to the affairs of our country. Thank you so much for that. We actually try our best as Lake State Media to reach out to some of the ladies that we know. And unfortunately, few of them were so much busy to the extent they could not make it to the platform today. Yeah, thank you for that. Dr. Peter Berajak, there was interruption while you were making your opening remark. Kindly, we give you another chance to conclude your opening remark before we dive into our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what happened, but my computer is misbehaving, so apologies for that. All I was saying was that I'm really delighted to be here today. I wanted to wish the members of the Red Army a Red Army Day, and I want to congratulate them for all the struggle that they have made in their lives to improve themselves, to understand the history of South Sudan, and prepare themselves to be able to take the country forward. As you can see before you today, we have very accomplished individuals. Like in this studio, we have Dr. Sunday DeJohn. Obviously, we have our brother Agelring Machar, and so many other members of the Red Army across the world who are doing amazing things. Whether inside South Sudan or outside South Sudan, they are doing great things. Finally, I want to wish a early happy Martyrs' Day to all the members of SPLM, SPLA, and the people of South Sudan for a great struggle that they have led. to bring about a country for us. I know we have lost a lot of people in this journey. A lot of our leaders were killed. We have lost great men like Carbino Kwanyin obviously Dr. John. We lost those of Arok Thonarok, William Nwanbine, and so many others. But we are also grateful to have the people we have with us today. And as Comrade Agal mentioned before, we have our president, Comrade Salva Kiir Mayardit is with us. We have Dr. Riek Machar is with us. We have Comrade James Wani Iga is with us. We have those of Daniel Awena Akut is with us. Those of Kwalmanyang Juk, and so many veterans and commanders of the SPLA, SPLM. This day is a day that we should all reflect about the long journey that we have taken, the sacrifices that we have made. All of you, you went through a lot to bring this country about. And we are proud of this country called South Sudan. Although we have challenges today, I'm very sure that we'll be able to overcome them. This time now is a time for us to build from within. We are grateful for everything that you have done to create the borders of South Sudan as we know them. But now is a time for us to move the country forward. And as my brother Agal has mentioned before, and also Sunday De John, I believe the members of the Red Army are ready to take this country forward. So I'm looking forward to discussing the issue of election and the issue of roundtable and how young people of South Sudan can finally offer themselves to take this country to the next level. I'm grateful to the Lake State Media and to you, Majuk Makur, and your entire team for inviting us to be part of this important conversation. I'm looking forward to exchanging ideas with my comrades here in a spirit of cooperation, because here we are not factions. We are people of South Sudan, united in a common purpose and in a common history of struggle. And I'm very sure we all want this country to succeed. And this is what the discussion is going to be about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our guest in the studio, for your opening remark and for the words of encouragement and the word of advice to young people outside there. To our viewers, kindly, if you're watching us now live, I beg you to share the live show. We really need many audience as possible to listen to this great mind. To our viewers, we purposely selected 4 of them to come and talk about these 2 issues. And it's not limited to them. We will also identify some of the great minds and young people in South Sudan to come and talk about some of the issues in our country. But today, the chance is theirs. And we'll begin the questions of election. And to begin with, I will go with Brother Agalri Machar. If you're there, show your face or avail yourself. And then the question is South Sudan ready for elections or not? And you will be giving 2 sides, as we agreed in our last show. You will tell us the possibilities of having elections next year and how the elections next year is impossible. You'll also tell us those 2 sides before we invite another guest. The chance is yours, Agelring. Give us your opinions about the elections. The SPLM, of which is the mother party in the country, and you are also a member of the SPLM, and even the dressing code itself can tell our audience, is outside there campaigning, doing everything to make sure that the elections should be conducted next year. Kindly, can you tell us your opinions, Agal, on the elections? Thank you.
I'm having an issue with my mic because I can't hear you, but can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Thank you very much once more for the question. It's a very pertinent question to the future of this country. We are facing our first elections since our independence. And any country, be it in anywhere in the world, their first ever democratic elections are always troublesome. We tried to do one in 2015, but it contributed to our crisis in 2013. We remember that the SPLM had to prepare for a convention in 2013 in order to prepare themselves and their flag bearers and the people they endorse to contest on behalf of SPLM in 2015. And that process of trying to democratize
the SPLM, before the SPLM can then lead the democratization of the country, we fell short because we went too fast for what our capacity could do. So the Politburo of SPLM in 2012, end of 2012, beginning of 2013, was trying to find a way of how to make sure that the SPLM convention of 2013, which was supposed to be in April 2013, could be conducted as democratic as possible. The Politburo couldn't agree. Somehow the leadership decided that they need to move to the National Liberation Council. And you remember the crisis of the 15th of December 2013 happened at the day of the closing of the NLC. So you can connect the crisis that the country has been trying to solve for the last 10 years to elections directly. Because the SPLM was preparing itself for election, but its institution for managing competition for power were not matured enough. They were still those institutions that were established to liberate the country, not to manage a modern political party in a democratic system. So when you prepare for elections, the next elections, after the faulty start in 2015, and that's why people like us, even though we've been members of SPLM since 2017, we have been quiet, and now we are seeing as the red, is because the next phase could lead us to a crisis that will make it so difficult or literally impossible for the country to continue to be viable. So whether elections takes place in December 2024 or not, we, the distinguished members of this discussion, must be honest in enlightening our people. We need to put our political interest and our views aside and educate our people, because they look up to us to lead them in the right direction. We are opinion leaders. There are political leaders, there are business leaders, but we are opinion leaders. That's why we are collected here. So we need to be honest and tell to our people what could entail elections in 2024 in an environment where SPLM and South Sudan have not moved from since 2013. All they have been trying to do is manage the crisis and try to contain the war and its subsequent humanitarian crisis. When it comes to issues of democratization, the SPLM has not had any convention, real convention, since 2008. In 2016, they had an extraordinary convention, but it was done for specific reasons. But grassroots-based convention, where the people of South Sudan go to their grassroots with their parties and organize congresses at the grassroots and come up with new ideas, it has not conducted itself. So the SPLM remains the SPLM as it is in 2013. So for me, as a member of SPLM, when it comes to issues of election, I have two positions. One position is a party position, partisan position. One position is me as a Red Army, who has been bestowed with responsibilities from childhood, who have been indoctrinated from childhood on the mission and vision of SPLM, which is not only to free the people of South Sudan from slavery and discrimination and subjugation.
Sorry for interruption, Comrade Agal. Be audible enough.
And therefore,
the viewers are not getting you clearly. So try at least.
Because I told you I have
the device issues.
Okay, can you? Okay, let me take my video off, ask somebody else to talk while I'm trying to fix the issue of the audio.
All right, it's fine.
So that we don't waste time.
All right.
I will conclude my statement after I fix my audio.
All right.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, thank you. To our viewers, he will still come back to conclude his opinions in regard to the elections. Now we cannot wait for him because of the time. We will move on to Edmond Yakani, who is one of the leading activists in the country and somebody that has been following up the issues of in political arena day and night to see exactly what is happening, and somebody who also has knowledge in regard to the issue of revitalized peace agreement and whether it has been implemented fully or not, or it will be put aside and we move on with the election despite some of the chapters which are not being implemented. Edmund Yakani, activate your mic and the chance is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to respond to the question of the elections with setting up some few facts before I could really go in depth to my argument, the limited time given to me. One, any extension of the transitional period from now after 2024 December, it may put the legitimacy of the incumbent government under question and mistrust before the citizens and before the other mechanism, which we can name them regional and international. So that's one thing that need to be why, because this extension will have been done several times. And this justified to you that actually the option we have now is whatever the excuse will be, elections have to be a viable option. The second fact is that we're supposed to have what is called conducive environment for the conduct of elections. This conducive environment is associated with the things that simply require a political decision without any single penny, whether SSP or USD, at the presidency. So it means the level of high deficit in trust and confidence in the presidency for delivering the provisional revitalized peace agreement that creates what is called conducive environment for the conduct of elections is not anybody's responsibility. We should not escape. Let's not cover it under the parties. Let's cover it under anything. It is the people who sit at the presidency, headed by president and end up with vice presidents, who have the primary responsibility to create the conducive environment for the conduct of the elections through their decisions. They don't need money to reconstitute political parties council. They don't need money to reconstitute the National Electoral Commission. They don't need money to reconstitute the National Constitutional Review Commission. They don't need money to redeploy the fast graduated unified forces, which is now taking almost 1 year. They don't need money to ensure that actually freedom of expression, assembly, and association is embraced by all state agencies. They don't need money to tell the security institutions that when people are arguing over the issues of political transfer in this country, they're not enemies of the state. So that is the second factor I want to put forward. The third is, are we having enough time to deliver the conditions that we call them as conducive conditions for the conduct of the elections, that we can run for free and fair and credible elections? I would like to say just it requires political decisions. There are arguments that are going on, whether we need to have census, whether we need to demarcate geographic constituency. All this argument is aiding an extension ideology. And the extension ideology I'd like to bring forward with an honest and sincere position is that it differs from one party to another, and specifically the two principal parties. Even maybe the word principal sounds discriminative to SOA, to FDs, to OPP, but specifically the SPLM, IG, and the SPLM IO, they have several arguments that all support extension. What are their difference of argument? SPLM IG will tell you we are ready for elections, but they're delaying with the power they have reconstitution of the political parties council, the National Election Commission, the Constitutional Review Commission, even the decision for the unification of the forces lies with the chairperson of the SPLM, who is the president. And then also, when it comes to the SPLM, they'll tell you we are not ready to go for election because the preconditions for the conduct of the elections are not being met. And among them, unification of forces, reconstruction of the institutions. But His Excellency First Vice President also sit at the presidency. So that's why I would like to say we should not blame anybody in South Sudan if there's any failure to conduct election, and if there's any fall back to violence, nobody should be blamed. It is the members of the presidency, and there are about 6 of them. We should not beat around the bush. We should straightly say they hold the power to shift everything in this country to either a positive scenario to a negative scenario in the best way that they wish to be. That's one thing I'd like to say. So I'd like to say also, another factor I want to put forward is already we have seen an external pressure that elections should take place. EU have made in March that they are ready to support the elections. Recently, AU have taken a position. Election must be held by December 2024. And we have seen already other countries like US, Troika in general, have pushed elections to be taken position. But of course, we have seen UNUMIS, which represent international community, say the parties are not ready for elections. But to be honest with you, there are events coming in the face of their parties or in the face of the government. The September report of the SRG the October meeting of the UN Security Council, and likely that will be followed by a joint meeting of AU and UN in Juba, because our leaders normally, when they call for a meeting outside, they escape. This time, AU, Peace and Security Council, and UN Security Council are coming to Juba to meet them in Juba, so that nobody can give an excuse, so there are no delegations. We meet the actual people. And then December meeting of the UN Security Council, which is the end of the year and opening the next year. This one is very important. So I'd like to say there should be no any excuse for not holding elections. And any campaign for extension is a disaster to this country. Why I say disaster? It caused financial insecurity to our country. The size of the parliament, the size of the presidency, and even recently I would like to share with the audience. We took a time to assess the cost of moving the motorcade of the presidency in a day from their houses to the offices, from the offices back. It's actually a movement of 2 health centers or 2 primary schools. For how long should we move primary schools that are supposed to benefit number of our children or primary health care in the name of that big umbrella of presidency? Don't forget about the parliament, the size of the parliament, the council of states. Go down to the states government in terms of council of ministers, the size of almost 17. Go to the states parliament, over 100, and multiply by 10. This is really too much. I think election the option. For me, there's no standard checklist for the conduct of elections. The best standard checklist for the conduct of elections is having freedom of expression without any form of discrimination. Let people express themselves. Let them assemble. Let them associate. Let them not be discriminative. Let them be allowed to express themselves. That is number 1 thing. Number 2, we need to have electoral-related security preparation, making sure anybody who is contesting for any electable position is protected by the state, and the state should not discriminate by embracing and giving space for others and denying others opportunity. And that's why even I made it say to Lex Media, next time, as we see my brother with his star, his opponent, the IO should be around, the other political parties should be around. I know Sunday, Dr. Sunday, Sunday is around with me here, but I wish that also the SPLM IO should surface here so that we hear their voices, let them express themselves. So for me, equal playing field is very important. The third one that also we need to see is resourcing the institutions that are responsible for elections. That's a third condition that is very important, and allowing political parties to have a space. Code of conduct for the election, and among the code of conduct is allow colleagues like Peter Biar to come to Juba. Why should we sanction people? So yeah, I know I'm left with 1 minute. So also allow the political playing field should go beyond those who claim that they are legitimate political actors because of the revitalized agreement. No. My brother, Dr. Sunday is here, Peter Biar is here, Dr. Jong Madud is here. Allow everybody to come. Open the space to everybody and let everybody come and speak. Because if we say elections is the power of the vote of a citizen, we should not be selective. We should not sanction others that, you deserve not to be here because you are our opponent. That's not opponent in elections. Actually, you will prove yourself through the vote of a citizen. That is my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Edmund Yakani, for your opinions and the things that you have laid out, the things that may prevent elections, and the opinions to why we should go for an election. The issue of IO, we really try our best we also invited the IO spokesperson, and unfortunately he did not respond to join the platform so that he can also speak from their side. Thank you for that. We will still organize another show for him to come and tell us exactly what is their stand as the SPLM IO. Thanks for that. A gallery, you can actually conclude your opinions within 3 minutes, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. So I was basically saying that the FPLM, the party that I belong to, is the movement that is responsible for 21 years of leading the people of South Sudan through the liberation struggle and to raising the flag of South Sudan. We have proven through track record that we have the interests of our people at heart. We are not saying it. We have proven it by how much sacrifice and the leadership and the vision that was set by the SPL leadership under Dr. John Garang Mabio in 1983, July. It is a vision that has ended us in this country that we're talking about. The SPLM had difficulties since 2011 up to now because of internal divisions, which is not, by the way, not the first time. We have had internal division in 1983. We fixed them. We had other internal division in 1991. We fixed them. We had internal division in 2013, and I'm sure we're going to fix them. Putting that aside, every time we have internal divisions, we have been deviated, and it has taken us longer than expected for us to achieve our objectives. So the SPLM still wants to continue in that path. But the SPLM is a party that is people-centered. So what the people of South Sudan want is what the SPLM usually delivers for them. And if majority of the people of South Sudan want us to go to polls in 24 December, I can guarantee you that our party has committed to making sure that election happens on December 2024, regardless of all the challenges that are facing us and the country and the party. The SPLM will take the people of South Sudan to election if that is what they want. If they want to be patient, and for us, which is the other view, for us to prepare the country for elections, the SPLM is also willing to lead the people of South Sudan down that path. And people may think that few things like passing the Political Parties Council Act or election bill and also and so is enough for free and fair elections. That is not true. The basis of any rule of law is a people-based constitution. The constitution we have right now is basically an inherited constitution from Sudan. It has just been modified. The country that we have been fighting since 1955, August 18th. The people of South Sudan need to give themselves time so that they can write their own constitution based on their own cultures and behaviors and their own ideals. And from that constitution will come the rule of law that everybody respects and everybody accepts and everybody is familiar with. And from that constitution will emanate the acts that we're talking about. The National Security Act that Comrade Yakani was talking about, so that people are given freedom and people like Peter Biel are allowed to come back and so forth. It comes from a constitution that is shared by everybody, not an important constitution that is so difficult for the people of South Sudan to comprehend from their leaders going down. We need, and that constitution making process can take 2 years. So when you have this extension from the agreement, I was one of the people who said the fact that the amount of work from chapter 1 to chapter 5 that have been compacted in the resolution, in the agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan cannot be implemented in 3 years. We have a precedent. When we signed the agreement with Sudan, the comprehensive peace agreement, we had 6 years of interim period. Even though things were not very complicated, they were very straightforward. Give unity a chance, and if unity doesn't happen, give the people of South Sudan a chance to determine their future. But still, they were given 6 years. I don't understand who thinks that such complex issues like we have in South Sudan can all be addressed in 3 years. I said at the time of the agreement, they cannot be handled in 3 years. And now they have not been handled in 3 years. And another 2 years have been extended and it will not happen. Because when you give them in small meals, they know they're not going to do anything, so they wait. We have to also to get precedent from other countries in the region. How did they transform their countries from countries that were just got independence or were in wars? How long did they take them to transition their people? Not just papers, not paperwork. Not this act has been passed, this act has been passed, and nobody's reading it. Abu Makur in Malakal is not reading it. Lado in Kajukeji does not read it. How do you transform people as a whole to a place where they can understand democratic ideals? How long does it take? Okay, but if the people of South Sudan think that elections are going to happen, and you can see me already, and I can tell you that I'm ready, and all the SPLM members are ready to make sure that if we are pushed to election in 2024, we can guarantee you that we are going to win with over 90%. I can guarantee you with my life that we are going to win over 90% by all means. So when people like me with red color says, consider whether we are ready or not, we are not saying that we are afraid of election. We can win it, but we can win election and lose South Sudan, which is a country that was born by effort and leadership of the SPLM. South Sudan is a child of SPLM. We do not want it to get lost or to get harmed. But if we are challenged, we are ready to go for election. That's what I want to say in this regard.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gallery, for your opinions. And you made a very powerful statement that we can win the elections and we'll lose South Sudan. Thank you for that. I will move to Dr. Sunday De John. Give us opinion, Dr. Sunday. What do you think? Is South Sudan ready for an elections next year or not? And what are the possibilities? Thank you. Unmute yourself. Yes.
Thank you very much, moderator, for the opportunity once again. The question that has been raised is South Sudan ready for elections or not? And I would want to at least add something to it so that the question could be complete by my understanding. Is South Sudan ready for elections or not? This question may need an answer like yes or no, but we can add that if yes, justify, or if no, justify in that aspect. So I can say my answer is yes. South Sudan should go for elections. And the justification I would want to give is not what everybody would be very comfortable with. But we have come here to state the truth so that we can be able to enlighten our people on matters of complexities. First of all, South Sudan is a country, as we all agree, a product of hard struggle from the early days in 1955 up until we gained independence in 2011. Whatever we have lost in the middle is, of course, a compromise that we have made, whether with the lives of the people or with the resources, to gain what we call home today. And so that country that we have has never been involved in any elections. The elections that were conducted in 2010 were for the major Sudan. And the South Sudan was given the opportunity to exercise elections just like the Sudan as a whole was doing. And we know how that elections went. Whether it was good or bad is a topic for another day. What matters here is South Sudan safe at the current state where it is in? No, South Sudan is not safe. South Sudan has fought itself in a vigorous way. There are so many things that have happened, and that has led to a number of agreements. The 2015 agreement, we're not going to blame SPLM because we know, obviously, there was no any other party that has created chaos in South Sudan except the SPLM that liberated it based on power struggle here and there. So that thing would be something that we cannot discuss now. But after the mess, what next? That is the question. There was 2015 agreement, and the agreement was not implemented fully. It ended up in another conflict in 2016 with the chase of Riek Machar to Congo and the mess thereafter from the J1 dogfight and the related incidences that came as a result of that. We eventually degenerated into a country of factions where one faction is there, the other one is in the other side, and there is no meeting point where these factions can come together. Now, the conflict was to be ended through the revitalization of the agreement, and the current agreement was signed 2 years or so down the line, 3 years down the line, from 2015 to 2018. The agreement was criticized widely by those that are inside it, those that are outside it, including President Salva, because of the things that they have sensed to be incompatible to make this agreement implementable. And if we look at it, the agreement cannot be implemented smoothly, but it was the best words we have. Whether I am part of it or not part of it, it is the best words we have. It has brought at least these principles that were perpetuating the conflict to one table, regardless of whether they like each other or not. That one was a positive connotation about that agreement. And therefore, they opted to implement it. To cut the long story short, the implementation of agreement, that is basically what we have today, is not smooth because of 6 factors. Factor number 1 is politics itself. There is dishonesty and there is political involvement in that each of the parties or those that are behind them would want to outwit the other. So there is no smooth route that can be followed. Whether Riek Machar wanted his way or President Salva wanted his way, the outcome is there are political bottlenecks that could not be resolved even at the outset of the agreement, which require then 100 days extension. The security arrangements, whatever that is there, based on the chapters of the agreement, has never been done. So politics has played that role. As you have heard from Makwelwa, these people will not work together. It's politics. They are sons of South Sudan. Where will Kir take Riek, or where will Riek take Kir? The same way I cannot take a girl anywhere. So they have to come together. Now they started the implementation of the agreement. There are other factors that they encountered in the middle, including the international interest. There are international factors. You have heard the United Nations mission in South Sudan saying that the ground is not fertile for the elections. One, after the peace agreement, they are still keeping the POCs full of people from South Sudan. What mechanism, what policy have they devised in conjunction with those that are implementing the agreement to bring those people out to their homes? The question remains, and it is also a factor. There are security concerns. So there are security factors. You are refusing inside the UN compound because you think if you go to your village, the war may erupt, or there is still war there, like it has happened recently in areas of Malakal, including the POCs. That is a factor by itself. The other factor that is affecting the implementation is still the economics, the economic factors. Even if we have oil money, there are always standards set. There is a budget put for implementation of the elections, and not all of it. With the interest of prioritizing, we need roads, we need developmental projects to kickstart, and more so, rake with corruption. That is a factor. The other factor that is there is of course, the transitional justice. The transitional justice has not been done. And there are technicalities like we do not know the population of our country, and we do not know this and that. First, when Sudan elections were kicking off, the census was conducted in 2008, and its results were rejected, basically in the south and other region of Sudan. 2008 census did not work, but still elections had kicked off. What I want to say is all these factors have been given timelines, 36 months, that constitutes 3 years, that has been extended to 24 months. South Sudan found itself in limbo, a kind of transitions, one after the other, and they are not even smooth. They are not productive in terms of development, in terms of harmony that is required by the nation. Now, if we continue saying that these things will be righted at this time, we are only going to have generations that have been wasted with wars and with egos. if elections were to kick off today, even if there would be no big impact, I know elections can cause conflict. Even if there would be no big impact, there would be an iota, I don't know, a slight change that will come in. For example, we have a parliament that is bloated, a parliament of 550 members. First of all, economically, that is not good for our country. Number two, there is sustenance of members of that parliament from 2010 to now. Some have aged and they cannot reason in the interest of the nation. Others are those illiterates that were put in as a compensatory mechanism by the SPLM. They cannot make any laws. They cannot make anything viable for our country. So there would be at least a chance for the country to see few faces. Even if we are not part, there will be few faces that would be interested, or that would be interested in advancing patriotism. And patriotism here, I don't mean you pick a gun and fight a fellow countryman. You forego your interest. For example, if BR would do it well, why would I be an obstacle? I can easily say, let BR do it. That does not mean I will not be a son of that nation. While we are also serving the interest of time, I would want to conclude in this aspect that the elections should kick off so that we can be able to prevent these interested parties that are interested in advancement. Of course, SPLM is comfortable, Riek Machar is comfortable, the SOA and the rest are comfortable. If we say today, stay for 10 years, they will not disagree. This is what they want because they are in the government. And they are doing nothing, of course, because they don't agree. It is not an issue of resources here and there. The international community cannot release resources to the government of transition that is not developmental in any aspect. It's not making laws, not making anything. Institutions are just there for the sake of it. So in this manner, let the elections kick off. Whoever that will remain out, and that will cause a new conflict, that would be a new chapter. We can be able to approach it from a different angle. And God forbid, we don't need more conflicts. That is why we have chosen to be always talking. Even when we know the words are not being heard, it is the gun that is being heard better. We have to break this cycle of guns so that we can at least make a positive impact on our nation. There is nobody that will come from heaven. Even the white people that we think will come and make us a better nation are not going to come with anything if we are not focused on the right things for our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandra John, for laying out some of the issues and the realities on the ground on how you accept that we should move on to the elections in order to rescue the nation, considering the fact that there are some things that need to be in place before the election. We move to Dr. Peter Berajak to give us his opinions, and to our viewers, kindly, if I'm like fluctuating on time, and then just know that I did not set any time, and I don't want to interrupt them while they're making meaningful ideas and actually giving you what you need to hear from them. That's why I always raise one hand to allow them in order to summarize their opinions. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandra John. Dr. Peter Biar, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Majuk Makur Malak. I'm really glad with the way in which Dr. Sandra John has approached this question. The way I look at it, there are actually two questions in it. There is the question of whether South Sudan is ready for election. That is one question, and it has its own separate answers. Then there is a question of, should South Sudan do election even if there are some things that are not there? And I think that is the question I think my brother, Dr. Sandra John, has focused on. Let us be realistic. You know, all of us here, I think Professor Joke is a bit older than us, but the rest of us, we are in the same generation. And we should not really be misleading our people. I think whatever mess that has happened in the hands of our elders, that one will pass, and we will remain as a younger generation. And whatever we say now will remain and will still be used against us in the future. The reason why I say that is my brother Galaring Machar said the SPLM is ready for election and SPLM can win 90%, whatever. You know, the thing is this. In 2012, after the independence, SPLM sent out delegation to the people of South Sudan to thank them for their contribution in the struggle. What message came back from those from the grassroots? It was very obvious. They said that yes, SPLM did a great job in mobilizing the people and shepherding the country toward independence, but the SPLM has not been able to deliver. This was the very first message in 2012. It came out from all the different states in which the SPLM delegates were sent. It was very clear that during the interim period, some of the problems that we face now were already happening. Issues of corruption, loss of vision. We were not implementing the policies of the SPLM that were agreed in the bush. In 2004, all of you remember, there was the SPLM strategic framework for transition from war to peace. And it was very clear about what the SPLM was going to do in the government. We were supposed to use the oil revenues to build the infrastructure in South Sudan, build roads, provide electricity, fund agriculture, and create jobs and economic prosperity for our people. That was the reason why we went to the bush. It was not just for slogans. We wanted to make sure that there was a meaningful change in the lives of the people of South Sudan. And that was going to happen through development. And the reason why it was not happening was because the North was marginalizing us. They were taking our resources and taking them to Khartoum. So now when we had a self-government from 2005, our people were expecting peace dividends. If you remember back then, since the agreement was signed, the key word was peace dividends. No peace dividends was delivered. So in 2012, when the SPLM sent out people to the grassroots to go and thank people, that message came out very strongly, that the SPLM had failed in delivering peace dividends to the people of South Sudan, to the expectations of the people. It was actually because of those messages that came from the grassroots that many comrades within the party were already thinking about challenging President Kiir, because the president, all the buck stopped with him. He's the one that is responsible for whatever positive that has been achieved. It is given to him as a credit. If there are failures, the failures are also his. So when we talk about the independence of South Sudan, we give the credit to President Salva Kiir because he was the one that was leading the SPLM from the 2005 until we arrive at independence. And when we talk about the failures of South Sudan, which are many, let us look at the basic statistics. When we got our independence in 2011, GDP per capita was $1,500. What is it now? $200. That is a massive decline. What happened to the poverty rate? When we got our independence in 2011, poverty rate was only 50% of the population. What is it now? 88% of the population. That means as the time has gone on, instead of actually eradicating poverty, which was the objective of the SPLM, poverty is actually increasing. We are creating more and more poverty. What has happened to corruption? Corruption has got out of control. Right now, even basic reform that has been agreed in the peace agreement, they are not being implemented. There are so many different accounts in which the oil money is being deposited, and the government is resisting to create a single account in which the oil revenues can be put so that there is transparency in the use of our resources. What happened to political freedoms? We were fighting for democracy, right? We were fighting so that there is freedom of speech. If you look at the Freedom House ranking, and by the way, these are standard ranking around the world, South Sudan is the most unfree country in the world. You know, these metrics range between 0 and 100. If you look specifically in the category of political freedoms, South Sudan actually ranked worse than what is supposed to be in the range. The number is -3, -3. And the range is supposed to be between 0 and 100. All of these happened under the leadership of the SPLM. You look at the Fragile State Index. We have always been among the top 3 fragile countries since we got our independence. Every single indicator that you look at is awful. Look at our currency. When we got our independence, what was the value of South Sudanese pounds? $1 at the time was 2.96. $1 was 2.96. What is it now? What has happened to the value of our money? All of these, when you see them, you see the reality of the situation. And this is why the national dialogue, when it was done, and by the way, these are things that we have all witnessed. The national dialogue came out very clearly blaming the leadership of the SPLM across both factions. that they have failed the country, they have disunited the people, and they have allowed the country to degenerate to the level in which it has. So we cannot say really with seriousness that if the elections are held today, that SPLM is going to win 90%. That is not true. You know, people of South Sudan are not idiots. You know, they are very intelligent people. Many of them may not be educated, but they're extremely intelligent people. So that one is a point that I just want to put back. But here is the thing. I agree with Comrade Agal on the issue of constitution. Constitution is extremely fundamental. You know, we cannot continue to recycle the same old constitution with amendments after amendments without giving the people of South Sudan a room to actually build a social contract. What is it that make a country a country? What is it that make us one people? You know, we have not defined that. We have not talked about that. The national dialogue was a very good beginning, and there was a lot of great ideas that came out through the national dialogue. But they need now to be put together into a permanent constitution in which there is real check and balance. You cannot build a country in which one branch of the government have subjugated all the other branches of the government. You have seen recently with the rally that happened in Wow. Chief Justice was there. Chief Justice was there wearing the same uniform that Agel is wearing there, wearing SPLM red shirt. And he's the Chief Justice. He's supposed to be neutral so that if there are disagreements in how the elections are conducted, then he can be a fair arbiter and be able to give justice to each of the parties involved in the dispute. The same thing with the parliament. Dr. Sunday De John has already mentioned, we have an appointed parliament where every single day there are degrees coming out, new members are being put in, some members are being removed. Why? It's because the parliament has been subjugated by the executive. We don't have independent institutions in South Sudan. And this is really a crisis because when we fought for the independence of the country, it was so that we build a country along the ideas of the new Sudan. But what we have done now is actually to replicate the same ideas of the old Sudan. So what I want to say is this. I agree that there should be elections. I have been speaking about election for the last 6 years, before even South Sudanese even think that elections are realistic. But it's the only way in which we can bring the power back to the people of South Sudan. We have to go for election. But what we need right now, we need our leaders to show political will. Dr. Sunday De John was mentioning all those 6 things. I can sum them up as lack of political will. This is what the leaders have not been able to show. They have not been able to show that they are actually serious about addressing the fundamental problem that South Sudan faces. We need to unite the security forces. They need to be deployed. They need to be political space inside the country. Right now, there are people sitting in Blue House because they happen to be members of other parties. And they should have a political space so that they can express themselves. That is fundamental. You cannot have elections where only one party is the one going around and campaigning, or only parties that have armed militias are going around campaigning. You are trying to tell us the only way we will be taken seriously is to pick up our arms and also contribute to the destruction of South Sudan. And that is something that we should not do. So we need to have political space. There need to be basic things like the Electoral Act need to be passed. The sad thing is you have SPLM out already campaigning, and they have not even been able to do the basic things that are required for the country to then actually have election. You cannot be campaigning before the electoral law is even passed, before the electoral commission has been formed, before there is even a constitution, before we even have a political parties council. You have someone saying that they have been nominated as the flag bearers of the SPLM, yet their own party is not even registered. How is it that you have been nominated as the flag bearer when the party itself has not been registered and you yourself have not gone for a convention? You know, these are the fundamental issues that we need to address. And as a younger generation, I really want to challenge us. I know we may have different political allegiance, but we should have, number one, allegiance to the truth so that we are able to educate our people and get them to really understand where the issues are. If we do that, we will build a better future for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Berajak, for sharing your thoughts and opinions in regard to the elections. Yes, Comrade Gal, you will be given 2 minutes for interjection. I can see you. You want to respond in red because you're for elections, and the 2 gentlemen, doctors, actually agreed that we should go for an election, holding the factors constant according to the opinions. And for you, you said there are some reservation of which, even if you are the member of the SPLM, the diehard, then there are some things that should be addressed before we go for an election. Otherwise, we might go back to the worst scenario of 2013 to 2016.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll give you 2 minutes. Give your response, then we move to Professor Jongadu.
Even less than 2 minutes. Thank you very much. My learned friend and comrade from the Red Army, Dr. Peter Diar, friend of mine, has responded to my proclamation that if the elections are conducted in December 2024, the SPLM will win 90%. And he said that was not unrealistic. That was not realistic, in other words. And he said few things to prove that this is not realistic, and if the election were to be conducted, the SPLM will be thrown out. First of all, you must understand if the SPLM will be thrown out, it has to be thrown out for somebody else. We still don't know who is that person that will throw out the SPLM. Up to now, we are left with 18 months to election, and the alternative is still not there. He's talked about the dialogue, the 2012, when the SPLM leadership, the National Secretary, sent out people to go and talk to our people in the grassroots. What is being misconstrued about those results were not rejection of SPLM. Those results were SPLM members advising their leaders that they are not happy and their expectations have not been met. It doesn't mean that that person, if given a ballot box, will vote for somebody else. Put it this way, it is when you have a meeting with your father and you tell your father, I am not happy about that decision you made yesterday. It doesn't mean that if another man comes, you will drop your father for somebody else. Let's not push things too far. This was an internal SPLM matter, and SPLM were advising themselves. Anybody who thinks that you can use that message of 2012 from the people as an indication that these same people that were talked to will vote for unknown and not the SPLM is not true. They are pushing it. And you have to remember, dividends of peace take time to come. This was done 8 months after independence. What kind of dividend, even if you are made president today, Peter Biar, what kind of dividends can you give the people within 8 months? Economically, you are an economist. You have to remember that 2012 is the same year the oil was shut down. So that 2004 document of transformation of SPLM, which state that oil will be used to build not only infrastructure, but can be used as engine to fuel the agricultural revolution. That oil was shut down in 2012. We got independent in July 2011, and that oil was shut down in 2012. How do you use the oil that is shut down to transform the country? How do you build infrastructure using the oil that has been shut down the same year? How do you provide dividends to the people when the source of their income has been shut down because the SPLM was still struggling to free that oil? Economic freedom. Remember, you can have freedom. Africa has freedom, but they did not have economic freedom. So you may have freedom. Remember that even the borders, the 2,000-kilometer borders between the north and the south has not been demarcated up to now. Abia is still in the north. Other 5 contested areas, Kafia Ginji, Kaga Tijare, and so forth, they are still left. So the SPLM was still at 2012 struggling to free South Sudan economically. How do you expect the same party, while still struggling to free the oil from the enemy, to also the same year turn it around and give dividends to the people of South Sudan? How? So 2012 was not people saying, we have given you 5 years, we have given you 10 years.
Time, gallery.
Okay,
you can just summarize.
One moment. So it was people saying that people correcting their freedom provided. And the SPLM took that on in. You also said that statistics got worse. Tell me a country where there's war and statistics don't go worse. You are the United States. The Civil War, the First World War, 1914, Second World War. Every time America went to war, what happens to the economy? You cannot blame the presidents during wartime, when war, you cannot say Abraham Lincoln destroyed the economy of America. Just because the economy went down because he's fighting. So when countries fight among themselves, when parties fight among themselves, economy suffers. So the statistics that you are talking about, they look like as if the country has been in a democratic, free, stable for 10 years, and people who are managing it mismanage them, and therefore the economy, they don't know how to manage the economy. Even if you bring somebody from IMF or from Harvard economy, and you are managing a country at war, the economy is going to go down. Statistics are going to go down.
Thank you.
The final thing I want to say about WOW, it is not true, Peter Biar, that the Chief Justice put on a red t-shirt. If he had put on a red t-shirt, I want you to post after this show, post a photo. The only photo that is there is that the Chief Justice was in WOW. And you have to remember that the President, Salva, is not only chairman of SPLM, he's the President of the Republic. And he doesn't cease to be President. Whether he's in WOW or whether he's in village of Akon, he remains the President. And anybody who wants to work with him, be it Chief Justice, be it the Speaker of the Parliament, the three division of power, be it the national security, be it the IGP, these guys are still obliged to protect the president wherever he is, whether he is in party room, whether he is in his own house, whether he's speaking with his own uncle in the village. It is the duty of the state to physically protect the president. So the Chief Justice being in WOW does not mean that he is party to the rally. Those that were part of the rally are those that went to the stadium wearing the red. Anybody else who went with the clothes like this is an observer. There are members who went there and they just observe and they want to see what the president wants to hear. In fact, some of the people from other parties attended the rally in WOW. Only those who were the red. But they say Akolkur went there. Akolkur was there as a national security officer protecting the president. They say the IGP went there. The IGP did not take off his uniform, police uniform, and put on red. He was there as a national security officer to provide security for the rally and for the counter rally. By the way, there were other counter rallies by the SPLMI and others.
Thank you.
And it is not the first time that. So this idea that the Chief Justice put on the red t-shirt is not true. And the SPLM went in 2012. We shut down the oil, you remember, to protect our oil, our own resources. And in 2013, we went into crisis. And we went into crisis, a country that the war suffers. So we are saying, give us a chance to turn around and help lead the country from war to peace and tranquility, and put institutions strong enough to manage competition for democratic power.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Agal, for the response. And before I move to Dr. Peter Biar and Irmun Yakani, I'm seeing the hand, and even Dr. Sande De John. Kindly let's give Professor Jongudu the chance, and then note down whatever point that you want to respond. Then after Professor Jog, you respond.
I just need a minute to respond to Agal, and then Professor Jog can come so that we can leave this chapter. I will not take
Professor Jog, are you okay with that? Because I don't want you to be seem like you are locked in the corner.
Go ahead. It's a very important debate.
Thank Professor you. Is a patient man.
Thank you so much,
I will not take too much time.
But also, please, moderator.
Yes.
Moderator. Dr. Biar.
Yes.
Dr. Biar.
Yes.
Let me just raise a point of an order. I wish our brother Abel should not hijack this platform to be an SPLM-dominated platform. We need equal freedom of expression. So don't come in and you want to bully us as SPLM. No, don't take this platform as an SPLM thing. Okay. Please remember, freedom of expression shows even maturity of a party behaviors in running the state. So please, Dr. Biar, I said,
you're free. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me.
Thank you so much for raising that concern.
I can only invite you to my house for a cup of coffee. That's it. I will never detain you. Don't worry.
And two doctors, they want to spy over our discussion. They want to political spy for our viewers to see that the topic actually, or the discussion is actually getting out of what it was supposed to be, but they're really making it vibrant and lively. So let's them enjoy only that of time. That is the only worry. Move on, Doctor.
Yes, I just want to advise you also, brother, to help us with the time, because if we all go on for 8 minutes like Agal did, and it was supposed to be 2 minutes, we will be here for so let us have that respect. You have a right, by
It
the
was
way,
not, it was not 3 minutes. I saw it as 3.5 minutes.
to mute any
Go
one
ahead.
of us at any time if we are disrespecting time. I want to say that this one is very important. There are things that I need to clarify again. What I was talking about in 2012, it was the peace dividends. Peace dividends were not supposed to begin at independence. They were supposed to begin from 2005, the minute that their peace deal was signed and the SPLM began receiving oil revenues. We are not talking about after independence. This was supposed to happen from 2005 immediately, and that didn't happen. That was what the members were talking about. It was not about the dividends after independence. It was the peace dividend from the time the CPA was signed, which the SPLM failed to deliver. And there was a lot of corruption scandal during the middle. You remember the Dura saga.
But
There was
the SPLM was elected in 2010. If they have not delivered, why were they elected in 2010?
Agel, you are
Yeah,
interrupting the
Agel,
discussion. You were
just
given
allow
the time.
him to speak, and if you want to correct anything, just note it down. Then you'll be given a chance after it. Thank you.
And please, the moderators, you should really manage the discussion. Otherwise, there will be no
You are
point.
protected. You are protected, Dr. Peter Biar. You are protected. Move on.
Yes. So the point is, when that happened in 2012, it was the failures of the SPLM from the interim period, from the day the CPA was signed until the time the independence was achieved. Let us make sure that that one is corrected. Second, we know that the war was engineered. The war did not happen by accident. It was engineered, and it was a deliberate decision so that the country is kept hostage and so that some individual hold on to position of power. So then you cannot say that we blame the war. That was exactly the intention. And the reason why the conflict is allowed in the country is because the country is being managed through the strategy of disorder. Where do you think the civilians are getting weapons? They are being armed by the same government that is supposed to be protecting them. We have seen all these civilians carrying weapons. There are no weapons produced inside South Sudan. All the weapons are imported. And who imports them? It's the government that imports them. So how do they find themselves to the end of the civilian? This is a strategic decision. And it's the same thing, by the way, we have seen with the lack of the implementation of the peace agreement. There is no real desire to be able to unite the country and build independent institutions. And then also the point that you make, that the president is a president and therefore the chief justice and all of these people should be with him all the time. Obviously, there should be a difference between President Kiir as a candidate and President Kiir as head of state. When he went to WOW, he did not go as head of the government. He did not go there as president of the republic. He went there as chairman of the SPLM to conduct an SPLM rally. And there is no need for the chief justice to be there. It does not matter whether he wore the red t-shirt or he wore the red hat or whatever. The fact that he was attending a partisan rally shows that the institutions in South Sudan are not independent. And we have seen this with the donation that the president has been making to the judiciary. Judiciary is supposed to be funded directly from the budget. But we see time and again, the president is donating vehicles to them, is donating resources to them. These are independent institutions that should have their own resources. Finally, not every war, by the way, you have a misguided history of America. The time that America has been at war is the time when the economy has actually expanded. You go and look the economy during the Civil War. That's the time when there was a lot of invention. There was a lot of things that were actually happening that expanded the economy of America. The same thing during the World War I. That is when actually American industry took off. The same thing during World War II. This was the same thing when there was a lot of invention in terms of technologies. A lot of new things were invented, refrigerators, all the different technologies that revolutionized manufacturing and agriculture happened as a result of World War II. So go back, read that history. But the point that I'm trying to make here is this. You cannot claim that the SPLM has done a great work and it can win the election. And by the way, in 2012, when they went, who were the members of the SPLM? The members of the SPLM were virtually all the people of South Sudan. At that time, there was really no any other meaningful party. It was all the people of South Sudan who have contributed their sons and daughters to fight for the war, that have contributed their resources to support the movement. And right now, when we talk about SPLM, it's not the same thing as the SPLM 1983 to SPLM of 2013. It's entirely a different party right now. And it doesn't matter who the person is. Don't forget KANU was a ruling party in Kenya. And it only took a few months when those of Raila Odinga walk out of KANU, and within a few months, they form a new political party that was able to defeat KANU in the election. No one has even envisioned that there was something called NAC that was going to come up and will defeat KANU. So something like that may happen. The point is this. South Sudan need to have a level playing field. Like Edmund Yakani mentioned this before, we should have free expression so that the elections in the country are truly inclusive and they reflect the will of the people of South Sudan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Biar, for the response. Dr. Sande De John, strictly 2 minutes, and then we will hear from Professor Jok Madu.
Thank you very much, Majuk Makur. You are very strict on me, but not on a girl. Maybe because a girl is in a red chat, something of that kind, and is intimidating at some point.
I will revisit my record for that.
Yeah. All of us here are brothers and colleagues in one way or another. Before we think outside the box, all of us were SPLM. Whether you were a Red Army or not, we were sons of the same family. And we know exactly what SPLM is. We're not going to be told. And even if we lecture ourselves on this and that, all of us know the truth. Nobody does not know the truth. What I want to put as an interjection was this. I want Dr. Biar to come so that we are not swayed from the real topic of discussion. Because a girl was in the position where we are in today. He was outside the country opposing the same as PLM. And the citizen outside there knew what he was up to and what has become today. So we are not going to derail ourselves from that point. We're going to focus. SPLM has a strategy, my brother Biaraja, and what a girl said is true. They are going to win. Not that citizens will cast their votes to their interest. No, they have a formula. The formula, I knew it from 2010. I went to my village, to my Payam headquarters in Malik. Actually, Majuk is my cousin. I was to board there. And you see the commanders that are sons of Malik were seated under a tamarind tree, and they were intimidating us to vote for their candidates of choice. See, I was interested to vote. Of course, then I loved Salpa so much. So I was not going to reject him because of his rich history and the things that he did that were really good. I was going to vote against Bashir because the opponent of Bashir was Abdallah Degnial, who is my cousin. Abdallah's mother is my father's sister. So I was to vote, and my own father, who is an uncle to Abdallah, was telling me, if you do that, I will not be happy with you. Because Bashir is our partner, he has to win, so that we implement the CPA. That was their formula. That formula did not change much. If you see those in uniform, SPLM uniform in WOW, during elections, they will not wear those uniforms. They will wear different uniforms. They will sit somewhere. I'm not going to delve in that. Let us not discuss SPLM because it's not our topic of today. Even Dr. Riek Machar, today, I believe if we can go into his thoughts, the configuration is so simple. He would want at least to be in one camp with Kir, not the opposite, because of the consequences that may come. And that one is anchored on the statement that he said the other time when those of President Salpa and James Waniga went to Lobanok to discuss on the SPLM matters. They decided to come back to Juba and announce that so-and-so are no longer part of the SPLM. What did Dr. Riek say? He said, no, that is not true. Yet he has a party of his own. So our country is in a deep confusion. What we need now is actually to bring this power that is being anchored on SPLM in the names of individuals, because if it was for the public, they would have been, what is wrong, young boy? They would have been serving the public. So let us not hurt ourselves because of that and that. We can hold a girl to account by bringing back his words, even with videos, and we can be able to agree, but we will not do that one. Let us discuss why the elections are important. They will bring our country back to the right path. Even if we know there are obstacles ahead, we are not supposed to be speculative, because speculation have a bad bearing. we may miss the point by thinking that a danger lies ahead. Let me stop my interjection as we go to the right questions, so that we don't debate forth and back with a girl. Also, Professor Juk is not an audience per se. He has a bigger picture. He can give us an angle that will even chip the debate for it better. So let us give him the
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandede John, for giving that examples of what happened or what transpired in 2010 election. And I can see Agel is ready to actually to respond to that, but he will come in after Professor Jogmadut. Our viewers, let me remind you once again, these are great minds sharing great ideas. It is your time to listen to them. Pose any question of your choice under the comment section and share our live show. We need many South Sudanese to listen to this great mind. And allowed me to invite or to welcome Professor Jogmadut. Professor has been quiet and listening accordingly to what our guests really shared between themselves and among themselves. And Professor will be here to share his thoughts and his view in regard to the topic at hand. Thank you, Prof. The chance is yours.
Thank you very much, Majok. And thanks to the panelists who have spoken with honesty and to the point. Let me, before I go to my 5 quick remarks, let me first say that Agel may be right that SPLM would win in 2024. But SPLM would not win because people choose it. SPLM would win because it controls all the money, controls the security, controls the army, and they can make anybody vote for them. That is the only way SPLM is going to win. When we know they are going to do that, as Dr. John said,
they can even coerce. They can
force people to, or they can take the box according to the system that SSU used to do. Sudan Socialist Party used to take boxes at night and dump them into their SSU boxes. What could prevent SPLM and SPLA from doing that? And so that is SPLM winning is not up for debate. But let us call the SPLM bluff to see whether they will prioritize power over the country. And Agel was right in saying that this may be the time for the SPLM to say our winning should not be more important than the stability and progress in our country. I think if they stick to that, that would be the best politics. The first point I want to make is, in all practical terms, we are not ready for elections. Security is an issue, logistics are an issue, law and order is an issue, the constitution is a big problem. The technical electoral processes, such as having a commission which is well funded, such as having a law for the electoral process, such as having money for training the staff and deploying them to all corners of the country, having a census, all of these are the basic benchmarks that are required for an election to happen. We don't have that. So in practical terms, elections, we are not ready for it. But if we will have elections anyway, as I think we should, the SPLM will win hands down through that process I just described. And they did that in 2010. So why are we wondering whether they will do it again? But if we don't do elections, then what? When we say that elections would be rigged, would be unfair, would be won by coercion and force of the SPLM, what do we compare ourselves to? The elections would be rigged as opposed to what? We have never had elections. So we have nothing to compare ourselves to at the moment. The only thing we can do is, how do we know we ask ourselves, how do we know that South Sudan currently is only capable of delivering bad elections when we have never tried it before? Can we ask ourselves, if we have to deliver credible elections, what needs to happen? What needs to happen is for us right now to call the bluff of the SPLM and the government of South Sudan, to see whether they just want power at all costs. And if they want power at all costs, what will be the fate of South Sudan? I think we all know that elections can bring SPLM back, and the SPLM will continue the same system that it has been running since 2005, 18 good years. If we need another 6 years to add to 18 years, what do South Sudanese think? I think the elections to come are not just an election for seats. The elections are a kind of referendum on the way South Sudan is being governed. So I think we should think about not necessarily not to have elections, nor to have elections. It doesn't have to be such black and white, either to have elections or not to have elections. There can be other things that can be done. I have proposed before that there can be a middle way. And the middle way is this. If it turns out that we are logistically incapable of conducting elections, the fallback position should not be an extension of the current government. What we could do is have stages of elections. We could say, let us do local government elections for county assemblies, for state assemblies, for gubernatorial positions. We can have those elections, and for the parliament. Let us leave the presidential elections for another time. In that way, the people of South Sudan will feel that something is happening, that there is some progress being made, that there is movement towards good governance. Let us do elections up to the level of the parliament and leave the presidential election for another 2 years. Because then you will have a parliament that will now be the highest authority in the land and instituting laws that will govern the presidential elections down the road. I think that could be one way to mediate these two extremes, elections or no elections. Thank you. You are muted, Majok.
I think he has a network problem. I cannot hear him.
Even if you don't hear Majok.
Majok Makur, we can't hear you.
Majok.
He has network issue. He's not muted.
It was a network problem.
Come back, yeah. He has a network problem.
All right. I think Edmund Yakane should be the one to come in.
You already told me, please don't make this an SPLM campaign, which is fine. I understand.
Thank you, brother Peter.
Yeah, come in, Edmund Yakane. Majok, can you hear us? No, we cannot hear you, but you can hear us. I don't know.
Thank you very much. I can hear you guys.
Yeah, go ahead, Edmund. Majok, prepare yourself. Get back again.
You can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, let me come in here in terms of the equation. And I want to share some few facts that we have been running across the country. And these facts I want to put forward that to really shape our opinion if we're debating around elections. One, there was this question around population census and constitution as a prerequisite of elections. In the ideal sense, that argument is correct. We try to test the public opinion. We recently asked the public opinion in terms of the constitution, who do you want among the MPs to engage on the permanent constitution process? And we give the two options of, do you need appointed MPs or elected MPs? And by appointed MPs, we refer to the current parliament. I would like to share with you, my brothers, there's a total public fear that the current sitting MPs may not be a right MPs to assert a constitution that we call it as a constitution of the Republic of South Sudan. Why? They pay a lot of allegiance to the appointing authority. And as one of our colleagues have said, is that decrees come from now and then shifting them from their positions without any respect. And when you say why this decree is not meeting the standard of merit, they'll tell you this is an agreement government, a revitalized. So like revitalized government leaves you to bring anybody on the board. Even where people are working on sticks that even you don't know whether they can write or not, these are just people are going to add claps in the parliament. So will they really be? So public was saying, no, look here, we need to vote our own MPs that will assert for us a constitution that we call a permanent. So that answers you. That answers in terms of the answers. That's one. The second I'd like to bring, and this should not be a surprise to SPLM. Yes, everybody is right now, as I like to agree with my brother Dr. Sunday, that SPLM is not our subject of discussion. Our subject of discussion is elections. But I'd like to assure you, if you go to state level elections, there's a high chances that the parties that are signatory to the revitalized peace agreement will highly lose to independent candidates. There's a chances that independent candidates are going to break through at state level, and even in national MP's position, because public are now, they are aware of our games. When you can give me 5 liters or 10 liters to a tank of my boda, and you ask me to dress your gray t-shirt, I will dress. As long as you put fuel into my boda, I will dress. I will shout for you, because it's a boda, it's a fuel. As long as you can put something to my pocket and I can eat and I can drink, and you give me any color of the t-shirts to dress, I will dress it. But that does not determine my vote. It doesn't determine my vote. So for me, these are some of the things that we need to consider them as we're discussing about the elections. That people will run red, people will run blue, people will run yellow, people will run orange, but at the end of the day of the voting, it's going to be different. And that's why this assessment we have now, that actual elections are going to be more contested at the level of the states so much, because people believe they want leaders who respond to them. They need state governors, they need state MPs. So this time we're going to have more independent candidates merging. That's one thing I'd like to make it very clear that I would like to bring it in. Coming to my colleague, in terms of the presence of Chief Justice, I'll allow you. Yes, I saw your hand, but you must give us opinion to when others are expressing, because when you're speaking, we're really honestly, we're listening to you. We didn't interact with you. Just we keep on listening. So wait, your turn is coming. And that's a sense of democracy, my brother. So the case of the Chief Justice, if Chief Justice went with the president and jumped with the president to a level of circulator governor, during the president, at his capacity as a president, the moment president is driving to the party rally, Chief Justice cannot go there. Chief Justice is not as equal as a Kolkur, is not equal as IGP in terms of safety and security. He is going to oversee cases of court. His presence in the party by itself is questionable. If end up flying with the president and going with the president, the capacity of a president to the state premises of the Western Baragazali state, and stops there, when president is now going to party rallies where everything is Woye, he shouldn't go there, because when president was jumping from the plane, yes, members can shout Woye, but you have to be received by circulator as a president, taken to the state premises as a president, and then briefed as a president. If Chief Justice end there without going to the party rally, that's not a problem. But his movement to the party rally, it creates a political and a legal question about his independence. Because I'll tell you one thing. One time I was asking some of the parties into the agreement, like FDs, I say, look here, you are so few, but you have too many seats. Not telling you, my friend, we the detainees were many. There are those former detainees who are physically detained in the prison, but there are those former detainees who are detained in sold. They're detained in sold. So you have some warriors that can go physical, and you have some warriors in sold. So his Chief Justice one of the warriors in sold, because of not raising up his hand or dressing a t-shirt. So his presence in the party campaign, unless if you want to balance that, he needs to go to all parties campaign. Then he say, I'm playing my observation role. He's with the SPLM, he should be with the IU, he should be with everybody, and there's a new party opening up. So if you need to go to all parties, so that qualifies that he's observing. But going to one party and later on ignoring other parties, and we have seen some parties doing the rallies. This is a question of the independence of the Chief Justice, that we're raising it as a question of legitimacy. It's not an argument. And number two, also I'd like to bring to especially our age, those of us who are now here at our age, let us be sincere and honest ourselves. Protection for the sake of using English words to win attention of justification will never help the country. This is the same way how our elders mess up. How they mess up the country? So much argument. Look at Sudan. How Sudan mess up? Sudan mess up because of language argument. واحنا ديل واحنا الاصحاب واحنا نسال واحنا ديل وجبنا وحررنا وكده واحنا نسال سلفيشن وانقاذ الوطن انقذنا الوطن. يا اخي انت انقذت شنو يا اخي؟ انقذنا بالشارع انقذنا بالزراعه انقذنا بحاجه كده بتشوف. That's why I used to say the road from Juba to Bor speak louder than the speech of any politician in the presidency. And my brother, you can agree with me. If we put the road of the Juba Tamak Road, Juba to Bor Tamak Road, with the speech of any doctor, even among our doctors here, if we equate them, your arguments will never be as important as a Tamak Road, because that is what people want. So let us be honest to ourselves. Our concern is that if you, the campaign elections now, you are giving a very good news for President Salva and for Riek Machar plus their vice presidents, a hope of extending. Any extension right now does not warrant to any stability, does not warrant for any economical progress. Any extension now is warrant to looting more from the public resources. Any extension from now, there's no way out. Now the question is, do we have enough time to, like what Dr. Joke have raised? There's so many concerns, security and everything and all that. By the way, when we say we don't have money to implement the revitalized peace agreement, why are we having money to repair, to fuel, to buy tires, to add more ACs, to almost 72 V8s of the presidency? Where does that money come from? Where does that money come from? Is it logical for you to tell me we don't have money for redeploying of the forces, but we have money for running almost over 50 V8s for presidency? You have never had that one of them one day was packed or was taken to a garage, they're unable to get it, or it's not been fueled. They've been running smoothly. Forget about the land cruisers that escort them, the Thatchers. Look at their bodyguards, how healthy they are, and look at the civil servants. So why should the bodyguards be healthy and civil servants are not healthy? So for me, it's a question of political maturity, political commitment. It's a question of political discipline even. So please don't use political indiscipline by framing English words that sounds democratic and while actually doing the opposite. This culture of when you disagree, you want to loot us. When you disagree, you want to kill us. And when you agree, you want to loot us. So we stop there. So with due respect and honor to my brother Abel, let us hit the nail on the head rightly. Mana duk fi musmarte betaraf. No, ma fikira. Duk ku musmarte fi rasu besokus, musbut kita, and we'll take the South Sudan that we want. But when you hit the nails in a side way like a carpenter who claimed to be making a chair in 6 hours and we can produce a chair in 2 hours, this is not good. So for me, that's the argument that we are rich, human resource wise, anything, we are rich. Just what we need to do is we need to stand on the ground of honesty. This is my final conclusion. Our personal grievances that we have towards each other should not hold this country hostage from development. I will tell you, if you ask me, I will tell you anybody who break out of SPLM is indiscipline. Is indiscipline and lack of political maturity within the SPLM keep this country today hostage to lack of progress. Today, you are right. Today, you are right. Believe me, let's continue next 10 years if this color cannot change. So today it'll be red, blue, green, kita or kita. We are for peace, we are not for peace, we are not. No, this attitude will never help this country. Let's take responsibility and fix the country in an honest and genuine way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will respond by starting from Yakani. Yakani spoke a lot of things. Yakani, SPLM is SPLM. Whether it is SPLM-IO, SPLM-IG,
my brother, no. Abel, Jog seems.
We are not hearing Professor, we are not hearing Majuk.
Majuk, just 2 minutes. No, Majuk. Can I just say something?
No, I will wait. Continue this.
You're not allowed, I'll wait. But I'm coming. You know Yakani, I'm coming. Even if I have to wait, you know I'm coming.
Yeah, let me just.
So it doesn't matter whether I talk now or talk later. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all right. I want to share with my joke here the main host. I think he has difficulties in his phone. I don't know. Majuk, can you hear us?
I think you let Majuk exit and then let him try again to log on. Maybe that may.
Let him exit the whole thing.
All right.
Exactly.
Now, so what I'm trying to say is this: what people that Yakani don't understand is that these divisions that are happening are a division within a family. Just because you had a fight with your father, if I assume that because you had a fight with your father, automatically you become a Nuer or a Shuluk or a Dinka, and you are not the son of your father, you will be foolish. So the SPLM-IG, the SPLM-IO, the SPLM-FDs, the SPLM real, regardless whether it is blue, red, yellow, and all this, there's one word that's always there, and that is the SPLM. Okay? You are called Edmond Yakani. You have your brother with a different name, but ends up with Yakani. You have a sister with a different name, would end up with Yakani. There is no difference there. If you take this difference seriously, you will be losing your public, and you will be misleading your people. And I told you, it did not start with you. Even before you joined politics, SPLM has split before. They split in early 80s, 1983. In 1988, they reunited, and they continued the liberation. In 1991, they split for 10 years. They reunited. They continued the liberation and negotiated CPA. So even if they split in 2013, don't get confused. If you see the blue, red, and all, don't confuse. Make sure that the word SPLM is there. And what we are talking about right now is the SPLM. So going to what Dr. Sandra John was talking about, when the SPLM-IO was, and that's why there is two agreements. Just because you are in the bush does not mean that you are fighting the SPLM. That's why there's an agreement in Addis and there's agreement in Arusha. We had no problem with SPLM. It was two SPLM that were fighting. And that's why there's importance to go and talk somewhere else. If those who were in Addis were fighting the SPLM, there is no need for them to go and sit together in Arusha. It was those who are in governing position. And those who are in governing position are not only SPLM. There were those who are not even SPLM. So the internal splits within the SPLM should not be used as that there are differences between SPLM and other parties. So if there is anybody else that has formed a different party, I understand. But anybody else who has formed a different party and use the same SPLM name, for me, is just an SPLM. Starting with SPLM mainstream, going to SPLM DC, okay, of Lemakon, going to SPLM-IO of Yagmachar, going to SPLM former detainees led by Deng Alor Mamarabeka, go to SPLM Real. What you don't understand about these five people, they are all members, either the members of the High Command of the original SPLM SPLA or members of the Leadership Council of the SPLM SPLA before 2005. So this is SPLM. Whether you see Riek Machar on one side, and that's why you're not leading your people properly. You think that there's difference between Comrade Salpa, Comrade Riek Machar, Comrade Mamarabeka, Comrade Pagan Amom, Comrade Deng Alor. These are all SPLM. Nobody has gone anywhere. Nobody has moved anywhere.
Give me a chance to respond to Agel.
Excuse me, and that's what I'm telling you. Fixing South Sudan starts with fixing SPLM. Don't be confused that there are multiple parties in the agreement. Let me finish. Let me finish. When the SPLM had issues in 2013, what happened to the country? When the SPLM sneezed, what happened to the rest of the country? They caught a flu. Now, to tell you that the SPLM is the one that merged into the country. Pay attention to SPLM, regardless of their differences, by the way. They have, and I'm telling you, they have done it twice before. They have divided, reunited, divided, and reunited twice before. Don't be surprised. And that's why Dr. Sunday Dijon, because he knew when the SPLM went to Logonok and started saying so and so and so and so, what did the SPLM always say? Even as recently as the NSC, where the SPLM IG pushed out those of Dr. Riek Machar and Pagan Amom and appointed the new Secretary General. What did the SPLMIO say officially? They said that was wrong. Remember? They said that was wrong. You have no right. You are SPLMIG, we are SPLMIO. The main SPLM remains our home. And you have no right to chase anybody out without convention. Because those of Dr. Riek Machar and Paganamum were brought by the SPLM convention of 2008. Nobody has the right to displace them from SPLM without calling another convention. That should tell you all these different places, even if you see people getting bounced from place to place, they are still SPLM. That's why my former leader, Dr. Tabandenga, is now the member of SPLM. So the SPLM is South Sudan. The sooner you recognize that, the better for you.
All right.
That is just to respond to your time. I'll respond to the rest later.
It's all right. Yeah, you will come back again. Let me just test the mic of Majok Makur. Majok, are you?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. I don't know whether you can hear me now or not.
We can hear you.
Yes. Give Rob a chance, and then I will come in with the point.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Can I finish?
Yeah, you need to be restricted with the time. We have already.
How many more minutes do I have? 2 minutes? 1 minute?
We got 2 hours now.
No, you already finished again.
You finished.
Others.
We haven't yet touched a round table, and now we have.
You know, SPLM is always accused of trying to control everything. So I'll get
all right, but you pick up from here. Let Professor respond. You give him 2 minutes, and then Sunday the John. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Isaac, for coming in to keep our show running. And apologies to our viewers and to our guest in the studio. Yeah, Professor Jogmadut, you can respond within 2 minutes, and then we move to the next question. We are left with less than 20 minutes to wrap up everything. Thank you, Prof.
No, I just wanted to say to Agel that without necessarily focusing too much on the SPLM, I think Agel is losing sight of the history of the SPLM itself. Last night, there was a presidential decree that canceled the proposition that SPLM chairmen and chairpersons in the states were now being nominated or being endorsed to become the flag bearers. Why did he do that? It's because President Kiir is already seeing chaos happening even before we go to elections. He himself was quote unquote endorsed, but he has not been nominated. The SPLM has not held a convention to nominate its flag bearer. And yet President Kiir is campaigning as such. And I think this is already reminiscent of 2010. Even when a girl says everybody's SPLM at the end of the day, that may be true, but at what cost? And to what extent is everybody disagreeing within the SPLM at the end of the day remains SPLM? It is 2010 that made Georgia Thor to rebel because the SPLM did not want to pick the person that has been chosen in the primaries. SPLM wanted to impose Kwalmanyang. Georgia Thor is dead. We lost a liberator in nonsense of the SPLM. Paul Malong was imposed on Dana Turjum in northern Bahar Ghazal. He almost rebelled. He was persuaded by his people not to pick up the gun, but chaos was happening. In Western Equatoria, who became the governor against the will of the SPLM? So what we are seeing as we go into SPLM, into elections, SPLM may win elections, but it is winning only to produce chaos and destruction of the country. So that should not be a basis for us to say, oh, SPLM will win. Yes, okay, win at what cost to the country?
I agree with you.
And I think we should be cautious in sort of playing up the politics of division as the kind of politics that is the alternative for the country, right? Because if we do that, already chaos is impending and it's going to happen. Should we risk that just because we want to continue in power? Should we risk that? Nor should we risk extension of the political life of this government for another one day. Just because we cannot hold free and fair elections, I think we are in a bind. The country is at a crossroads. And it is on a train that is destined to collision in many other ways, not just in terms of political disagreements. But as soon as the people of South Sudan have lost hope that the transition is coming, they will make choices. And those choices are not always good choices. I think we should really be careful about what we propagate and what we emphasize as an alternative going forward. This country is precious to all of us and must not be given up just for political power to obtain. I think we should be careful, and we are the leaders of this country. And if we are not careful in what we propagate, I think that country is not in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jog Madut. To our viewers and our guests in the studio, because of time, the last question of roundtable, I think we'll give it for part 2. And because the topic now of election, there is election or without election, has really taken a lot of our time. And I can see you are debating among yourself, and the debate is so interesting. And your viewers down there are so much listening and keenly from your debate. After this juncture, I will give each one of you 3 minutes or 2 minutes to respond to each other or to say something, and then 2 minutes for your last remark or question from the comment section or clubhouse. But before that, I have one question to Professor Jok Madut, but I will ask that after Dr. Sunday interjects what you want to say. Dr. Sunday, 2 minutes, then I will ask that question to Professor Jok, and then I come to Dr. Peter Biar.
Thank you very much. We are actually not on point. We have derailed from the true point just because of defense or offense of the SPLM. While I may offend the SPLM, again will come out and defend it. That one will not make us progress. What I want to emphasize again is that we were debating or actually discussing on the elections, whether or not election or there is election. Elections should kick off. While we continue with the preparations, we have to add our opinion so that those in authority that are now involved in its arrangement could be able also to hear us. And if they are sensible and if they love South Sudan, they can also pick from our ideas that they may think are flying around. So even your enemy, you can benefit from them if they have produced something of value. What I want to add is the elections should kick off. And whether they will be delineated to be maybe at the state level or including the presidential election will be another point that we can discuss further, maybe with this platform or more. But I want to say that the current parliament is completely not helping South Sudan in any way. And because of the government of extension, the parliamentarians are not only loyal to who appoints them, they are also, I don't know, there are layers of them from one constituency. For example, there can be 3 family members who are MPs in that parliament. Okay, 5 of them, 4 of them. Which constituency do they represent? See, they do not. There is no one constituency that would vote in 3 members of one family or 5 members of one family. That thing is why we need now to bring in people that are actually chosen by the citizens themselves, so that they can come and make laws for them. You know, when there are laws, there is always hope, because you can only refuse to implement, but if they are implemented, they can shape the society. So Majuk, you are so hard on me and very soft on a girl. Tomorrow I will quickly put on the SPLA attire or SPLM attire and come here, if that is what you think would make me a good member. Anyway, I am adding my voice to Yakani, but the important aspect is the budget allocated to the elections is inadequate. And that budget has to be increased, whether through a presidential donation or any other available mechanism, we need that budget to be increased so that elections can be conducted. I also want this President Kir to win election and free himself from 5 vice presidents. Okay? I want him also to free himself from overthinking on issues of complaint, the collegiate kind of decision making. If he doesn't win, then let him rest at home. But if he wins, let him win and remain as Kir and his one deputy, at least to make the country progress. Today, he cannot make a credible decision. He make one decision, Riyadh comes in tomorrow and call for the opposite. Okay? The rest will also call. Dr. Lam, through his party, will call. But if we have come to the legitimacy that we require, the legitimacy that is not brought by the agreement, whoever that becomes president, I don't have a problem with whoever that becomes the president. But I want my country to run on a smooth path so that we are not taken back by this interest. This one is more interest. Even our army, if we integrate any other person, today I can go to Juba tomorrow with my 1,000 men from my village or a nearby village.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sande De John.
How are we going to build? People that are brought there to eat will not one day defend the country. If worse come to worse, leave alone killing a brother, there would be a day that we will all be required to shed blood because something is going wrong with outsiders as far as our country is concerned.
Thank you, Dr. Sande De John. Not that I'm high on you, is that you have a lot of ideas that you want to share. That's why you cannot actually manage to calculate the time. Thank you for that. And before I move to Dr. Peter Biar or Agal, at least to respond, I will ask Professor Jok Madut one question, and then I come to you, Dr. Biar. Just a minute.
No. Please go to Biar first. Go to Biar first, Professor. Biar has waited long. You were out. You had issues last time. You didn't know it. So Biar has
all right.
So
Dr. Biar, somebody came in to rescue and actually give you your rightful time, of which I was to give away. Kindly take your time to respond whatever message which was communicated earlier when I had a breakdown. Kindly take your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The debate is really interesting, and I'm glad that we are all participating and we are enjoying ourselves. I just wanted to pick up on the idea that Professor Jok shared before, and that is the idea of election is not black or white. I think he made a very good proposal that I think has been lost because of this back and forth over the SPLM. And I think it's something that should really be considered. We don't have any experience of conducting election before. And I think it's a defeatist mindset to just say that the elections are going to be rigged. The people of South Sudan are the ultimate authority. And even the soldiers that are now in the uniform, they are sons and daughters of South Sudan. They are there to shed their blood so that South Sudan can be free and so that South Sudan can stand tall among all the nations. So we should not have a low opinion on them. They can surprise us. And one thing about South Sudan, South Sudanese people, is that they have a great deal of nationalism. So let us not have too much low opinion. Let us not create a self-fulfilled prophecy that the SPLM is going to rig the election. Even in 2010, when people had a high opinion of SPLM, they were not able to rig every single election. There were elections that were very hard for them to rig. So I think what you said about having a phased election, is something that we really need to consider. Maybe it's a good idea to start first with like a local election. And there are countries that do this, by the way. Nigeria is one of them. They separate national elections and the local election. And I think there is a wisdom in that, so that parties do not think it is zero-sum game. So I think in terms of building experience and building confidence in the electoral institution itself, I think it's something that need to be considered. Let us have like local elections first at the state levels. I think that can reduce a bit of the tensions. And then let us think about the national election that we can hold. That is something that I think should not be lost in this. Also, the idea that our president, Salva Kiir, is going to be re-elected, that one, we don't know. It will depend on the people of South Sudan. And I think this is where really the national dialogue is going to be put to test, because the national dialogue said that the people of South Sudan said that President Kiir and Dr. Riek should retire from politics. Well, if it was really the case that this is what was said during the national dialogue, what would prevent the people of South Sudan from voting for the same thing again? I think we should not just assume that anyone is going to come back. And all of us here in this forum, we are very accomplished individuals. Even my brother Agal, who is wearing his red T-shirt, he's a leader. He can run in the SPLM. It's not about him supporting these old guys. What we started off before when we started this show, the song of the Red Army was played, and our leaders used to tell us we are the seeds of the nation. And Majuk Makur said that those seeds have now grown, they bear fruit. So it's time for us to really show those fruits. It's not really a time for us to just continue supporting the old guys. The old guys, they have done their part. We are milking them beyond what their capacity can offer for the country. The job for them was to liberate South Sudan, which they have done successfully. But the challenge now of building South Sudan, uniting the country around a purpose of development and nation building, that is a responsibility we should pick. And I love to see young people like Agal Machar and others in the SPLM challenging these old guys. The party does not belong to them. They might have created the party, but the party now belongs to all of us. They have invited all the people of South Sudan to join the party. So I hope really there will be intense democracy within the SPLM, and that the young people within the SPLM are able to hold the old leaders accountable. And there is nothing wrong with that. That is the way democracy works. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose that point. We should think about it, and it's something that should be put in the Electoral Act. Finally, I really want to pass a message to the young people of South Sudan. We are the ones that are really victims. If you look at the entire struggle that our people have gone through, we have been the victims. Among us here, I know Comrade Sunday De John, we didn't have a normal childhood. Our childhood was devoted to the liberation struggle. We didn't get to play with toys like other children. And the same thing when we became teenagers, many of us became soldiers and they fought in the liberation struggle. Those of us that had a chance to come outside, we were busy informing the world about the difficulties that our people are going through back home. So our entire life had been consumed by the liberation struggle. And now you have a country that is being run by warlords. You have 5 vice presidents that are representing warring factions. They divide up the cabinet, they divide up the parliament. And we, the young people, are the ones that are locked out. Our ideas are not being used. All the education that we have acquired is not really helping our country. And the only way that can change is through elections. So let us organize election. Let's organize them with a mindset of hope, not a mindset of defeatism, because any obstacle can be overcome. And I have no doubt whatsoever, if the young people of South Sudan unite, they're capable of defeating anything. South Sudan does not belong to the SPLM. SPLM was created by South Sudanese. It's the people that created. And the South Sudan will endure much longer after a party called SPLM has gone. You can see now in Kenya, KANU does not even hold any significant portion of the parliament. And it was the one that created Kenya. Kenya did not belong to KANU. Kenya belonged to the people of Kenya. And it's the same thing. So let young people of South Sudan organize. What we should be doing, instead of us dividing ourselves, I know now there is every single person has created their own party in the house. And they are the chairman and commander-in-chief. There's all these rebel groups, that have no soldiers. You have parties that have no members. We need to come together as young people of South Sudan, as young leaders. There is no reason we should run away from one another. And there is no reason why we should not work together. If there is to be internal democracy, let Comrade Sunday De John and Agal Machar, let them come and we contest. And let's have a democracy within, but let us agree to work with one another. Let's have a spirit of tolerance for each other and for each other ideas, because there is no other way South Sudan can move forward. And not all of us can be leaders at one time. There has to be one person that will lead. We just have to agree on the rules, and we avoid the mistake of the SPLM, where a leader is a leader until he dies. That thing doesn't work anywhere in the world. There has to be a way in which there are term limits, and that people can be removed through electoral processes. If we do that, look at all the quality of the people in this room. Dr. Jok, Dr. Sunday De John, Yakani, Agel Machar, myself. If we come together with other colleagues and form a party, that party can be more formidable than a party that has Kwal Manyang and Kir Mayadit and Awena Akut and James Waniga, because those guys, they have done their part. And we are building on the foundation that they have created so that we are able to advance the struggle of our people to the next level. This is really what we should be thinking about. So I invite all of you brothers, let us have our own discussion. You again wear your hat and the shirt, but let's come together as a generation. Those guys are a generation, and they know what they are doing. But we need to wake up so that we can also begin serving our generation, so that our younger people that depend on us, that rely on us, can also have a room to shape South Sudan, because they also have dreams and ideas of what South Sudan can become. And those dreams of theirs are beautiful. They can only become reality if we unite and we build a very strong party that can provide a different vision for South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Bierajak, for your word of encouragement and the word of advice to young people across the country. Actually, what you said is what I was about to ask at the last remark of our show, that what if all of you beautiful brain come together? Is there any barrier that you cannot break through? That was the thing that I was thinking in my mind. But thank you so much for that. Professor Jogmadut, I will come back to Dr. Gell and Edmund Yakani. Kindly, can you clarify one thing? There was a picture that you were seeing among the red, and the look that you gave on that picture exactly did not sit well with the many people. You were seen like a goat among the leopard or hyenas. Kindly, can you clarify that picture? Was that a real picture, or was it Photoshop? And you can explain, if it was a real picture, then why were you giving such a look? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Majuk. Yes, I think the picture is real. I didn't take it. And the photographer who took it, I think what happened is, first of all, let me say that I was going to fly Kush Airline. And I bought my ticket, I checked in, I got my boarding pass. And when the boarding time came, there were two planes standing next to each other, leaving around the same time. So when I headed to the flight, I simply went into the nearest one. They took my boarding pass and they said, "Welcome aboard." As more people were coming in, every person coming in was wearing red. So I got surprised. What happened to this? I thought maybe they had all bought their ticket the same way I did. It turned out that there were two flights. One was a chartered flight, one was a commercial flight, and that is how I ended up sitting in the middle of red. But all the same, everybody welcomed me. Peter both, the Secretary General of SPLM, welcome aboard, Professor. They were all my leaders and my fathers. Daniel Ongerakud was in front, Deng Alor was in front, Kwal Manyangju was there, Rizk Hassan was there. All the big wigs of the SPLM were in the plane, and it was nice to fly with them. What was I going to do? Run out of the plane just because it turned to be red? But then somebody took that photo. It just happened that I was looking in a different direction, and the photo was taken from an angle. I wasn't unhappy or uncomfortable or anything of that sort. It was just a photo. But because I was the only one who is not in red, everybody thought that maybe I was unhappy or uncomfortable or uneasy, or maybe there was something wrong going on, but there was nothing wrong. It was a regular flight, and regular people. They happen to be red, but they are my people as well. Even if I disagree with them, even if we belong to different political colors, what would I say to Kwal Manyang that is hurtful to him? What would I say to Awena Akut? These are people that are standing in as family members for me. I don't agree with their politics, but at the end of the day, they are still my people. There is nothing wrong with me being on that flight. In fact, in terms of red, I am not I'm not a member of the SPLM. I'm not a member of any political party. I am only a citizen. I'm only a teacher, and I comment on the issues of South Sudan in different directions. I think the SPLM had the right to do the rally. There were some major issues with it that I pointed out in my writing. One of them is that they were embarking on a political campaign while they are preventing others from doing the same. As Admin Yakani said, if we are going to be doing these elections, open up the space so that everybody can campaign, everybody can rally, everybody can associate. And I think that was the issue that I pointed out, and that's why people thought looking like this in the plane meant that I was unhappy. But I wasn't.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that clarification. Indeed, many viewers here will get the deep meaning or how you find yourself in the red plane. It's true. But before I move to Dr. Sandra John or to Agal, what were you thinking? Because after you went into the plane and the red members, like the Secretary General, said, Professor, you're welcome on board. What were you thinking? Were they thinking like you have joined the SPLM, or they are perceive you like you are just a passenger trying to get along on the same plane? Professor?
Yes. I don't think I was thinking much, actually. We tease each other. Those people who were sitting next to me were saying, "What are you doing in a red plane?" I said, in other forms, I may even be more red than yourself, because I grew up as SPLM. I supported SPLM. In fact, I represent the diaspora, because John Garang, in the days when our late hero was alive, he used to refer to us as the Seventh Front. Al-Jabha Saba. What was the Seventh Front? It was about all of us working for the SPLM, enlightening the whole world about our crisis and soliciting support. In this very city where I am today, in Calgary, Alberta, we used to hold demonstrations against Talisman, the big oil company that brought money to the Sudan government. So in terms of what we have done for our country, I can be as SPLM as anyone else. But since the independence, SPLM has veered off the path, and we disagree with it, and we tell it to reform. And if it doesn't reform, we will kick it out, and we will have other parties come to power. There was nothing wrong with being engaged with the SPLM, whether it is on their flight or anywhere else. I think it was an opportunity for me to tell my people in the SPLM that you are wrong in the way you are running this country, and you should reform, and you should get back on the path that John Garang and others had set our country on. And we need to be able to deliver to our people, because independence and political freedom alone does not suffice. What helps is for the political freedom to translate into economic freedom, into welfare, into stability and good governance, and rule of law and justice. As we are today, we are not. The country is destined to fall apart if we don't do something about the way the SPLM is running it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor, for that. Actually, let me yield back to the chairman of Lagos State Media, Isaac Tiongpol. If there are questions under the comment section, then you can display them, and then we'll give chance to our guests.
I waited for 4 people. I allowed us because there was something.
Yes, I'm going to give you a chance. The chance is yours directly. So just wait. I just want to confirm from Isaac. If there are no questions, then we move to you so that you can respond, give your last comment.
We have 5 questions here in the comment section.
Can we finish before we go to the questions?
And
I think those.
And we have 2 people in the clubhouse as well who have questions for you, all of you. Okay.
Yeah, what we will do, Isaac, you give those 5 questions to another time, and then the 2 people in clubhouse will give them 2 minutes, and then after we give a girl a chance, The two people in the clubhouse will ask their question, and then they will give their
what
last
I'm trying to say is with regard to what we have just discussed. So let's conclude it, and then we'll go to questions.
Yes.
All right, just come.
Give a girl 1 minute. Give a girl
what
a
I'm trying
chance,
to say,
and then you can come.
What I'm trying to say is that
1 minute is okay.
I may be the only person physically wearing red here, but the truth of the matter is, other than Yakani, who I do not know, the other 3 distinguished members of this forum, I know them very well. They are more red than me. Professor Joke, before, even when I was a child in mid-90s, was the colleague of my elder brother, who was in Gijaswat, Bolring Machar. He is more red than me. Regardless of what he's wearing right now, I don't mind. This person you see here, Dr. Peter Diar, is the founder of the Red Army Foundation. And the Red Army, over 11 years ago. And the Red Army Foundation is the one that popularized the red color that SPLM adopted. Don't look at him like that, wearing a white t-shirt. He's the one who started this red. He's more red than me. Okay? This Sandy Jones. Okay? Sandy Jones, we graduated together. You have to agree. Anna Masani Jones, we're together. I know his father and he knows my mother. We know our parents. And I know Peter Biar's parents because we are younger. But we only know Professor Jones because we know his parents. But I know Peter Biar was his parent, and I know Sandy Jones was his parent. They are more red than me. All of us are SPLM. What we are discussing here is where the SPLM should take the country to. We are disagreeing in the path in which the SPLM can implement its original objectives, vision and mission. That Peter Biar was indoctrinated before me. So when you see him struggling, it is not that he has hatred for SPLM. He may have issues with individuals who are leading in different directions. But the SPLM itself and its objective, as put together in the SPLM manifesto 1983, nobody here that I know, because Yakani, I just, until the separate time, that's when I knew him. But before that, I don't know him. But the rest are all SPLM. So what I want to say in this regard is that the internal democratization of the SPLM that we tried to start in 2012 caused crisis. We went to Arusha negotiation. We agreed to democratize the SPLM. Extraordinary SPLM convention, the first extraordinary SPLM convention was called in 2016 to incorporate those democratic ideals that were agreed in Arusha into SPLM. So the SPLM constitution as it is now is more democratic than it was in 2013. We are moving that direction. Second thing about Dr. Peter, we are talking about this generation, is that there is no time when every old man will be kicked out and all young people take over the same day. Even in this forum, Professor Joke we are trying to deviate, he has been trying to fix us in the right direction because he's older than us. Right now, Comrade Salfa is trying his best to make sure that those that were called Gijamar are allowed into leadership position. How? Number one, let's talk about the SPLM as a party. The Secretary General of SPLM party, Comrade Lambot, is a Gijamar, is our colleague. His deputy, first deputy, Dr. Benjamin Bolmel, is a Gijamar. The current IGP of the country, Majanga Kate, is a Gijamar. He's above us, he's above me and Dr. Sunday John. He's a GMR of Zalzal 1, we are GMR of Zalzal 2, that later on got incorporated into the father. Comrade Toy Cheng, who was deputy chief of defense forces, CDF of army, before the agreement pushed him down to one of the deputies, chief of staff, he's a Gijamar. So Comrade Salfa ensured that Gijamar was the second in the military. He made sure that he was second in the IGP, in the police forces. He was the third in the command in the military, and in many other places, including the business community. So the young people are being incorporated slowly. An issue, Comrade Peter Biari, is that those young people that have been incorporated have a sense of insecurity, and they do not want to empower their fellow Red Army. That one you cannot blame the elders anymore. Because I know it was you, Comrade Peter Biar, that was made Secretary General. You would first thing you would do, you'd call where Galmachari, Western Regions, and so forth.
Yeah.
When you talk about Kanu, when you talk about Kanu taking over power, being overthrown in 2002 election, what you don't understand is that Kanu was forced from 1982 to 1992 to change the constitution from one party system to multi-party democracy in 1992. And the first election that were conducted was in 1992. And the president, under the new constitution that people are now trying to write over, the new constitution said that you have 2 terms limit of 5 years each. So Moy, head of Kanu, went to election in 1992, won the election, rigged the election, as the Comrade Job was trying to say. In 1997, he went to second election. In 2002, he had, under constitution, he had no option but to exit. And because he has not prepared the party for proper succession, the party died. The SPLM now has not written the constitution. The SPLM now is like in Kanu 1990. Don't compare it to 2002. The SPLM in another 10 years so that they write the permanent constitution that will give them term limits of 5 years. Two, they may win the election for 10 years, but eventually, when the Distur says you are going, you go. The problem is now people want the SPLM to go before constitution. So the issue of Kanu dying in 2002, 10 years after new constitution, multi-party constitution put in place, is different from South Sudan because we do not have a permanent constitution that says the term limits and all this kind of stuff. That's what we are telling people. The election in 2024 December is not right.
Comrade Agal, 1 minute you have requested before has gone now to
Thank
4
you.
minutes. It's going to 5 now.
Thank you. I'm a politician. Thank you. I speak too much.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, okay, guys. Somebody drop off. Yes, we have 5 questions here. Some are to be answered by all of you, and some are going to individuals. I will start with a very important question, which is the first thing that all of you before in your first remarks. You talk about the Martyrs' Day. One of the guys, Atem Majang Aguer Arok, is asking you that question. My question to all your speakers: why are SPLM and other government agencies not demanding for true and accurate investigation of the death of Dr. John Garang de Mabior? Write it down, and all of you will talk about it later. And we have also from our area, Queen M. Duna Thierok. He said, number 1, how many constituencies will South Sudan will have in the next election? Number 2, will the constituencies be increased or decreased? This question is for all the panelists. All right, and we got a question also from Col Nial. My question is, all right, okay, who is that? My question is, will South Sudan go to the election without census report? I need to hear from Mr. Agel Ring Machar. That question is directed to Agel Ring. And also we have a question from Victor Abio. To the panelists, what is the alternative if there will be no election in 2024? And also we have a question from Juan Pok Majak. Professor, you are saying that the election shall be extended for 2 years, but the citizens are suffering. What do you think will help us to bring change without election within the period of 2 years only. That directed to Professor Job. These are the questions here that you can be focusing on. The general one and the individuals one will be taken individual. I will start with you, Prof. And
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, to that question about the investigation into the death of our late hero, really, I have no idea. I think investigations have been done. There is issues of regional politics involved. There is international issues about whether John Garang had proven to be a challenge to leaders in the region and internationally. It's all conspiracies now. We don't have concrete evidence as to what has happened. Maybe indeed a future government that has some information might launch a credible investigation into this. But so far, I have no idea where to begin that kind of investigation. I will leave the other questions to others, except for the one on my proposal that perhaps the presidential, the national elections should be put on hold and instead do local level elections all the way to parliament. And my suggestion is to do with the idea that the presidential elections are bound to create conflict. And we don't want to extend the longevity of the government anymore. So we are in a bind. Either we hold elections or we don't hold elections. And I'm saying maybe we should look into this position. I'm not saying it is a set thing, but I'm saying it is something that we should look into and investigate and study and see what other countries have done when they did that. What are the benefits of having local government elections to give people a chance to govern themselves at the local level, and to give people a chance to have parliamentarians that they have elected. These parliamentarians will be the ones to do the constitution, they will be the ones to do the constituency demarcation, they will be the ones to do the laws of the country. Meanwhile, the most difficult one, the presidential election, should be postponed for a year or two, or for however long the people of South Sudan decide. I think we should give it a thought. It's not a done deal issue. I don't even know how many people are thinking about it, but it is on the table for people to consider it as an alternative to the two extremes that we are facing now. It's either we hold elections and it comes with its problem, or we don't hold elections and it comes with its problem. What about a middle ground? Can we consider it? That was all I was talking about. But it's not a done deal. Thank you.
Yes, here is a question also from Ayan Makur, throwing a question here that with the war in Sudan, how sure are we to make something that election will take place in South Sudan 2024 while North is fighting, and it might interact or affect the election we have here? That question, you need also to note it down. When you go into your answers later, you can just answer from there. I think, Professor, you finished there. Mr. Edmund, are you there? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
The floor is yours. And on the long line is Dr. Peter Biar coming to Comrade Agel, and then Dr. Sunday, and we will head to Clubhouse. We have 2 people there, and then we will wind up the show. We have already hit 3 hours. Go ahead, Edmund.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to pick the question on the issue of constituencies and somehow connected with population census. We're undertaking a study of looking into the constituencies that we have, because there's this narrative that population census is always connected with elections. Yes, in circumstances that argument is correct, but also the situation where elections are conducted with that population census, because population census not necessarily means for elections. So we're trying to see if you are trying to see what you call a strategy that you minimize so many arguments and dispute around the electoral process, what can undertake? So we undertook a study on the previous constituency, and this constituency, I'm referring for constituency of April 2010 elections. The constituency were 102 constituency. If you look at the list of what has been retained from Sudan Election Commission, the numbering was wrong. It was reading to 109. But when you undertake the physical editing of the 2010 elections, we have 102 constituencies. They don't look at this constituency whether they're disputed constituencies or not. The 102 constituencies were not disputed, because I remember somebody have said, even I think it's Dr. Sandu said, when we had the Sudan population census, we South Sudanese actually disputed it, but elections were conducted. So already you have constituencies there. Then we relate this question of the constituencies of 102 against some equations of population census, equation of refugees and IDPs, in terms of refugees and IDPs having the right to vote. So many scholars, and of course some of you might have seen there's a paper we wrote, three of us, me, Dr. Luca, and then a German electoral expert called Nick. And the title is How Not to Hold Election. And that have answered the question of joke about sequencing. Though we didn't give a recommendation, but we gave option of sequencing the elections as a way of learning lesson. So if you look at that paper, so I try to pull out some few things from that paper and getting further. We come to realize that actually, as a global practice, IDPs can vote in the camps they are, and their votes can be transferred to represent the candidate in their constituency. So what does that mean? That means IDPs can vote at the various electable positions. The question of refugees cannot vote for any electable position, except refugees will have the option to vote for presidency. So that's the only seat refugees can vote. But IDPs, their practice that you can even work with them, that they can vote for their constituents where they are. Why? If you use the 102 constituencies of 2010 elections, then you minimize this question around prioritizing conduct of population census now. Then that option find an answer, because you are supposed to answer the second question: should we decrease or should we increase? So for people like me who are advocating for elections, that let's use the 2010 constituency because they exist and they're not being disputed, but also they exist to fix things that we can go for better. Because if you're to go for population census, refugees outside, the other climatical changes, shocks that happen in the country, it requires huge amount of money for logistics for you to conduct the population census. It may take us 4 to 3 years. And that is another extension if you have to speak to the leaders. So you can go for elections, use the 2010 constituency. That's what I like to add for. So it means we'll never increase. We use 102 and we go with it. In terms of the budgets, I want to take this advantage also to respond to you. I attended 2 public hearings with the Finance Committee in the Parliament and with the chairperson of Justice and Legislation. There were outcry during the public hearing for elections budget, but the current budget is not there. What the Minister of Finance have raised in the public hearing and in the second reading, that election is a project by itself. What we have right now in the budget is specifically a budget allocated to the operation of the not reconstituted institutions. It means the political party is not reconstituted with its structure. The electoral commission is not reconstituted. Because why? They have loans. They have not paid rent for long. They have arrears of salaries. But Minister of Finance was saying, and also I have got this answer. I had one-to-one with the leaders of the oppositions, the principals. They said they've agreed that once the political parties council is reconstituted, they have to come with their own fresh budget against the context they are going to operate in. Once the electoral commission is reconstituted, they're going to have their own budget. So the question is, will that be a supplementary budget or not? But they say these projects. So just this would I would like to bring in terms of the budgets to your attention in terms of answering it.
Yeah.
If elections fail, what is the alternative? To be sincere and honest with you, alternative is technocratic government. Because legitimacy of His Excellency President and First Vice President before the citizen, before the international community will be questionable. Sudan crisis, what I know per now, I just can share with you in a second. Sudan crisis is now allowing flow of arms into the hands of civilians in the northern part of the country. Because if you see now, with the crisis in Sudan, selling of gun is becoming like selling of something that earns you I've been recently at the border sites, looking into things that are
Network,
happening and checking it. Honestly, the flow of hands on the civilians is.
I think you need to unmute yourself, Isaac.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much. Saying that network that Juba Jakalas, Dr. Peter Biar and Agel and Dr. Sande as well. I want to ask you guys. Let me just bring these two people in from Clubhouse to ask the question, such that once you are giving a chance, you can just finish everything, and we will head off for your final remarks. In the Clubhouse, we have Wal Peter Moranyar Biet. You can activate your mic, and if you have a question, you ask, and go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Isaac. I greet the viewers of Lagos State Media. Isaac, can you mute your mic, or because it's actually giving me echo on my. Okay, thank you. I greet the viewers of Lagos State Media and the listeners of Lagos State Media in the clubhouse as well as in.
Isaac, you need to mute yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know if you mute me, Isaac. Will they be able to hear me?
Isaac, okay, thank you.
Problem is, if Isaac mute himself, then you can't hear.
No, continue. Well, okay, maybe Isaac should unmute himself then, if that is the case.
Oh,
yeah, Isaac
okay.
unmute himself.
Okay, Isaac, unmute yourself. Isaac, unmute yourself and then keep quiet. Don't make noise so that we can hear from one.
Isaac, do you hear us? Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself. Yes, I can. Unmute yourself. Yes, I can.
I'm worried of Isaac having two gadgets.
Okay, Isaac. Yeah. Yes, Abraham. Okay, try to mute yourself, and let me try it in my end.
I don't know, but am I supposed to go now, or?
You are clear now, you can go.
Mute yourself.
Go ahead.
Okay. I have a question. Okay, question number one goes to my big brother, Mr. Juk. I agree with you, Brother Juk. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you, gentlemen, for volunteering to come up here into the social media to educate your people. It has been very, very great debate. I really appreciate it. And we need this. We need this debate. And in support of the quote that you said a while ago, Brother Jokmarut, that people talk, don't get along. That's really good. We really need to continue talking. So thank you so much for doing so. Review Brother Sunday Dijon, Brother Peter Jarajak, Brother Gil Mashar, and all the viewers of Lagos State Media. My question to you, Big Brother Jogmadu, I'm asking you here because you are the qualifying candidate here to be asked because you're neutral. As neutral as you are, and when you look at the lay of the land politically, you see the SPLM stand there, and then we have a bunch of oppositions. Dr. Jogmadu, which of the political parties from SPLM to the opposition, if you really care about us and you really care about this nation and if you care about your people, which political party, whether in opposition, obviously in the opposition, do you think is well prepared to assume the responsibility of this nation if you were to really do the recommendation? whom would you recommend to another neutral citizen of South Sudan to learn their support? Because I have this question here from the perspective of somebody that is actively involved in social media, and all the opposition that I have encountered, SLM is the best of the bunch. Is that your view, Dr. Jokman? That's my question to you. To you, Brother Yakani, I agree with you with your submission, especially the first submission. I agree with you in that regard. To us, and I think now extension is far worse than election. And Brother Yakani, people come up here and they actually lay out long list of things that must be addressed in order to feel ready for election, among which is the census, which of course, when we know the census, then we can be able to determine the number of constituencies we should have. But the census is a jam census. This census is supposed to be done indeed. And then isn't the census supposed to be certified by the parliament? Well, if we have a parliament that is representing parties to the agreement, which parliament are we really counting on to even certify the census? In case we may have grievances with the way the census is conducted. Because the parliamentarians we have now did not get the mandate from us, the people. So what would even qualify them to say that this census is correct or not correct when they themselves, the parliamentarians, were not elected by us, the people? How would the certification of this parliament of the census even mean anything at all? That's my question to you, Brother Yakeni. The last one is coming to Brother Gil Machar. Again, I don't know if this will be a question or a clarification. It will be up to you in the way you respond. There is this lingering allegation of the SPLM being accused of not even being a registered political party. Gail Machar, is that true? Have the SPLM come from nowhere and hijack the leadership and fool the people of South Sudan and impose itself as a ruling party on us? Again, later on, when you get a chance, tell us from where do you govern the people as a ruling party and you are not even registered? And with that, I stop. Thank you so much. I yield the mic back to you, Brother Rap and Madid, and I will also listen to the response from the gentleman in the audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commonwealth. Tontat, please put your question in. 2 minutes. Tontat, are you there?
Yes. Abraham, there's echo. There's an echo going on. What's up with your system?
Okay. Tontat, are you there? Oh, never mind. Tontat, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Yeah, I did not. Something was echoing.
Okay, go ahead with your 2 questions.
Yeah,
I mean your 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the golden chance given to me, and I would love to greet all my panels up there, and as well as those who are here on Clubhouse listening to those.
What's your name?
Gail, I greet you.
Tontat. His name is Tontat.
I think I was with you with Chrome.
Tontat. Clubhouse name.
We were having a good time. If you remember, we took a photo and did Tontat greeting you.
Hey, Tontat, can you tell your real name? Thank you.
My real name is Benjamin Akol.
Benjamin Akol.
And as well, also Tontat is my real name. Yeah, my question is Dr. Is Biara Jax up here or he dropped?
Yeah, he's here.
Biara is here.
To let you know, with my question, I'm Gijalama. You are saying that there have to be exit of the old people in the government, and you are arguing that that we Gijalama, we did not enjoy the privilege of Shiloh. And yet, when we were together, you were with your parent, and we were not equally treated in the bush, those who were within the SPLM with their parents were enjoying the privilege as well as they were with their parents, and those who were not having parents were the ones suffering a lot. And also, I think within the government, I think we have 60% of Red Army, Gijalamr, that are serving now. Example of those of, you can see those of Bolmel, as well as Deputy Governor in Northern Bargadar, and so many others that are serving in the military, and teachers and headmasters, engineers, and all this. To me, why would you think that we will all Jalam think the way you think that there have to be exit, and yet you enjoy the privilege whereby you were given a contract that put you forward ahead of other Red Army? Don't you think that those who gave you contract were all people that you think you should put them out? Would that be fair to us, J. Lamar, who didn't even have a relative in the government to give them contract so that they can get money? What do you think about us as well as you enjoy that privilege, seeing your father was taking care of you in the bush than any other J. Lamar that didn't take care of the bush in the bush, and yet you came to have a contract when your father was serving as a general and your father-in-law. That's your question there. And my second question that I was given is that why is it not, I think Yakeni was the one arguing that there should be extension. Why is it important that we allowed all this big government of 5 presidents and a big parliament that are draining our country with money and not go for election so that we can have a small government? Thank you. I will stop there and I will wait. When we come to this room, I will put in my argument because I have so many points that I have to talk about, but I will reserve this as well as I will be listening to you guys, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tontat. Appreciate it. So, yeah, Isaac, I hear Michael, back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abraham Adit. I think the speakers, the guest speakers, should go straight to answer these questions because we are running out of time, and some of them they have been late. They should go straight to the questions. I start with I left with Peter Biar. Dr. Peter, the floor is yours. Unmute your mic and then you pick up the question. Started from the question of Dr. John Garang case and then from the clubhouse as well. And thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you so much to the viewers and for the question that they have asked. Indeed, we wanted this to be a conversation and we welcome them to ask questions. We wish actually there was more time so that we could have a more inclusive discussion. On the issue of the Dr. John, I think Professor Juk have answered it very well. You know, when something like that happens, it usually creates a room for a lot of conspiracy theories. Obviously, when Dr. John died, it was a big blow to the struggle of the people of South Sudan. All of us were shocked. And I think if you remember at the time when the news was broken, even President Salva himself was very much shocked, and he was actually shaken by the incident. All the South Sudanese, we never thought Dr. John would die in such a death. So we were all shocked. We don't know what happened, but there was a lot of speculations that were raised in that documentary. I think, as Dr. Jock said, in the future, if there is a different government, probably is an issue that we need to look at. But the reality of it is this: Dr. John is gone, and he's not coming back. But he has left with us a vision of the country. He has done his best to position the SPLM and the people of South Sudan, and that is why we are an independent country today. So I think at some point, we as people of South Sudan may just need to make peace with the fact that Dr. John has died in such a way, and there is nothing that we can do about it. So I will leave it there as that. Now, the question that was asked by our brother Benjamin Akol. Thank you, Benjamin, for your question. I'm glad that you asked those questions because it provides really a room for some of us to clarify some of the things that have been out there in the media. You are right. When we were in the Red Army, some of us were lucky to have come with our parents. Gal Machar had his mother. Myself, I had my parents, even Dr. Sunday De John. And we are not alone. But the reality of it is this. We were in the same conditions. It didn't really matter whether you were in with your mother or with your father. We were in the same condition. We were being infected by the same diseases that affected everyone, whether it was measles, whether it was the chicken pox and smallpox. All of these diseases, they got us. It didn't matter where you were. We slept under the same roofs, in the same houses that we made and that we all slept under. We all went to the same schools. There was no special schools that we were taken. We were exactly in the same condition. And by the way, if you remember, our parent did not stay with us the whole time. My father was deployed back to the front line, and he went and he fought in the liberation struggle. And our mothers that remained with us, they were not just looking after us. Our mothers were also taking care of the Red Army. That is why Mama Agel, the mother of Agel, has become the mother of the Red Army. Mama Dadit Tararo. A lot of children that did not have their mothers at the time are alive because of the role that our mothers play. The same thing with my mother. Those of Mariara who were in Group 3.
Tens of thousands.
Yeah. Those who were in Group 3, they remember very well. My mother was washing a lot of these children when they were sick with joint and with all those diseases. So she was not just there taking care of me. And by the way, some of you do not know this, but I was actually enlisted in group number 11, Fi Panyudu. I did not stay at home the whole time. So many of you may not know that about me, but it's important that you understand that we were all facing the same condition. So it didn't really matter whether your mother was there or not. We were all struggling the same way. We all died the same way. We all suffered exactly the same way. So yeah, those misconceptions is something that we should remove from our minds. On the issue of contract, I know there is a lot of room for disinformation in South Sudan. There is no doubt, indeed, my father is a general, not was a general. He's still a general, by the way, in the SSPDF. My father-in-law, indeed, General James Hutmai, he was the chief of the army. There is no doubt about it. But it is not true. I have never been given any contract in South Sudan by the government of South Sudan whatsoever. Whether it is the Ministry of Defense, SPLA, you can go there. There are records of the contracts. There is no single company that I have ever created in South Sudan through which I apply for contracts anywhere. Doesn't matter whether it is a contract with the government, contract with the international community, with the UN. There is no single time that I have ever applied for any kind of contract. So it's a completely misconception. And people who do not know about me, it's important for me to clarify. When I first came to South Sudan, I interned in the Ministry of Finance as an intern. And I worked there for only 3 months. And then I left, I went back to school. And then when I graduated and came with my master's degree, I worked at the World Bank. This is where I first cut my teeth in terms of professional service in South Sudan. I work as an economist. And then at independence, I left my job at the World Bank to join Yorolwi Aidenga Jack at the Ministry of National Security. And my job there was as a policy advisor. We were working to try to establish a national security architecture for South Sudan. And after that, when the President Kiir fired the entire cabinet, including Dr. Riak and all the ministers, immediately afterward, I resigned my position in the government. And I went to the UK to start my PhD. When I finished my PhD, that is when I started the South Sudan Young Leaders Forum with those of Agel Machar and others, and we began our activism. So there is nowhere ever in my entire life where I have actually looked for a contract. It was not because I could not get it. I could have gotten it. But I decided that that was not the best way in which I could spend my time. And by the way, there are many people that got contracts. But take it from today onward, I have never got any contract in South Sudan. And as a result, whatever I have done has strictly been on my own. I've looked for resources. in terms of consultancies that I have done with the international community, primarily with UNICEF, with Berghoff Foundation, obviously with the World Bank. But there is nowhere ever in my entire life that I have applied for a contract with the government of South Sudan. So that is very important for you to understand, so that you do not just listen to accusations that are being spread in the social media that are not founded whatsoever in logic or in fact. Finally, I want to take a minute to share my own ideas about what may happen if the elections do not happen. I think that is a very relevant question, and it's something that we should all address. Obviously, the people of South Sudan are fed up and they are tired. We know very well that the economic conditions in the country are very terrible. We know very well also that the social conditions in the country are very terrible. We know that the security in the country is so terrible. But here we are not coming here to blame anyone. As I said before, and especially on a day like this, the day of the Red Army, and tomorrow is our Martyrs' Day, we are grateful to every single South Sudanese who has made a contribution for this country to be free. Without the effort, we will not be here today. And we can start from the martyrs that have died. 2 million people that have died, including our late leader, Dr. John, they made a big impact. And the same thing with our President Salva Kiir. Without his guidance and with his patience during the interim period, Khartoum was trying to provoke us. We would have not reached the referendum without the specific and the special ways in which he navigated the difficulties that Khartoum was putting before him. We are here today as independent countries because of all of those contributions and all those sacrifices. They have given us a country called South Sudan. Even if the borders are not well defined, we have borders that are recognized internationally. South Sudan is a state, it's a country. We are members of the United Nations. We are members of the African Union. We're the members of IGAD. We are recognized everywhere in the world. But now, time has come for us to build within those borders. And to build within those borders, it requires a change of mindset. We are no longer destroying the old Sudan. The old Sudan has completely been destroyed. What we need to do now is to build a new South Sudan. And we need to build on peace. We need to build, consolidate our unity. And we need to provide an economic vision for the people of South Sudan so that the young people of South Sudan have opportunities, so that young people of South Sudan can get to work, so that they can build wealth within South Sudan. We are a country that is blessed with so much resources by God Almighty. We have our oil, we have gold, we have so many minerals. But most importantly, we have our land, which is arable. Anything can grow within our land. We have our Nile, and we have the unique people of South Sudan that God has given us. These are, as you can read from the book of Isaiah from the Bible, these are brightest people. They are beautiful people. They are extremely intelligent. These are the people that can build a better future for our country. But the problem is, since 2013, and because of this war and the disagreement among our leaders that led us toward independence, we have had this crisis. What I'm saying is that not all the people, all the old people have to go. That is not the point. When we give credit to our old leaders that they have liberated the country, it does not mean that we did not play a role. Dr. Juk was telling you before about his role that he played, and the role that the diaspora played, and the role that the members of the Red Army played. We play all these roles so that South Sudan could be free. So all of us are part of it. But we give credit to them because they were the one spearheading the people of South Sudan. They were the one that were actually organizing the people of South Sudan. It was around them that our people were organizers and devote themselves to the struggle. What I'm saying is that time has come now for the Red Army to be that vehicle around which the people of South Sudan can organize to begin this new chapter of nation building and reimagining a different future for our people. We are not saying that our old people should go and we must seize power from them. No, they have a lot of wisdom, they have a lot of experience, and we can benefit from them. But we need a new vision, we need a new energy. And this is, by the way, something that they imagined before today has come. This is one of the reasons why the Red Army was created and why we were so much protected during the war. You remember every time when Red Army was in crisis, SPLA will come and remove soldiers from frontline to come and deploy them so that the Red Army could be protected. We are the investment of the SPLM, and we are the reflections of the ideals of our movement. We are the custodians of the vision of our people. So today, a time has come for a baton to be passed on to a new generation of South Sudanese leaders who are devoted to a different vision, a vision that can be built through peace and nonviolent approaches, a vision of economic empowerment for the young people and for the women of South Sudan, so that South Sudan realize that potential that is mentioned in the book of Isaiah, a nation that is fair, far, and wide, a nation that is flowing with milk and honey. This is the country that we are capable of building. Right now, we are people that are starving. We are being fed through humanitarian aid. We are begging everywhere so that our people can have something to eat when we have been blessed by God with abundant resources. And this is why we say in our national anthem that land of great abundance. And it's true, God gave us the land of great abundance. It is time that we actually realize that and make that the reality for people of South Sudan. And to do that, it requires a new leadership, a new energy, a new blood, and a new vision. And I think the members of the Red Army are ready to provide that. It's not just about Peter Biar. It could be a Gal Machar that we can organize around. It could be Sunday De John that we can organize around. It's not about me. But the point that I'm saying is that we as a generation, we are ready to offer something to people of South Sudan, something that is bigger. It's not enough for us to be offered position here and there. But what is important is not even the position. It's the ideas that we have in our mind to be translated into reality. And those ideas are very powerful. They can transform not only our country, but the entire continent of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Birajak. Now we move to Comrade Gal Galaring. Go ahead and answer those questions. 2 minutes and 3.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to commend my brother, fellow Largo Comrade for his last comment. Speaking about the Red Army. And I've said before that Red Army is where the SPLM got the red color. And the Red Army were always under the command of CEC, who was under John Garang and now Commercial. So there's no difference between the Red Army and the SPLM. The Red Army all aimed in Commercial and the SPLM aimed in Commercial. And both of them are red, signifying the blood that we have shed, the people of South Sudan have shed for 21 years, or even beyond, from 18th of August 1955, or even beyond, when we resisted the condominium rule, resisted the Mahadia, resisted the Turkey, Ottoman Empire, and so forth. So him saying that young people have always been the stepping stone where our people have moved to the next level does not actually start now. It has started from 1821. But if you don't want to go back, you can start in 1963, 60. Joseph Lago, when he took over the movement, he was in his 30s. He was 10 years younger than me and Comrade Peter Biar right now, when he took over in 1 and forced Nimeri to go to Addis Ababa to sign the 10 years that we got and prepared the leaders that actually became the leaders of the movement. Comrade Dr. John Garang was his adjutant in 1972. Comrade Salka was his bodyguard. And most of commanders of SPLM, SPLA were sent to Israel by Joseph Lago. He was in his mid-30s. John Garang and Salfa and the rest were also in their mid-30s when they established the movement in 1983. So when Comrade Peter Biar says that the next phase, the challenges will come from young people, he's right place. And I've always said that many times. So I want to acknowledge him for that. What I want to respond to what Yakani said, that the next election we can use, there are 2 challenges, the constitution and the census. And he said that we can use the 2010 constituency, which came from 2008 census. But we know the policies of census, that it is always conducted every 10 years. Because there are many things that change in each country every 10 years. So in 2018, A lot of things have changed in the country. Even countries that are not even in war, leave alone the countries that have gone to war. For example, Barkazal has not been affected by the current war. So it has stayed stable and it has multiplied. Upper Nile has been affected by the last 10 years of war. There's displacement. Equatorial has been displaced. If you use the 2008 census, it will not be fair. Because if you think that the 1.3 million that were in Jonglei in 2008 are still there, you will be lying. Again, if you go through the estimate census, which they just produced the other day, where Warap is supposed to be 3 times the size of Jonglei, you will also run into problems. Using 2008 census or using this estimate census don't give us a legitimate, agreeable number of people of South Sudan and how to create the constituency. And that's why the question that was asked about can we do elections before census was directed to me as a person because of that. You cannot conduct a free and fair, legitimate election without counting, because census determines not only political position, it also determines distribution of political power and resources. But as an SPLM member, I'm telling you, if you want to use 1982 census to run election, I'm happy to go into election. If you want to use 1992 census, I will go for election. I'm ready for it. I'm prepared. I can guarantee you. Jog is my witness. Jog knows that I'm prepared. He knows I'm prepared. If you want to use 2008 election census to go for election, I'm prepared. But for the sake of South Sudan, let's not go to election before we have a credible census, so that we can draw the constituencies of South Sudan properly. When it comes to Commonwealth asked me a question. He says, why is SPLM campaigning and it's not even a registered party? Now, registration depends on laws. When we got our independence in 2011, the parties that became South Sudan had their certificate from Khartoum, and there were 17 of them in 2011. I was the leader, I was the founding chairman of Political Parties Youth Forum. That was Youth League coming together of all 17 registered in Sudan. In 2016, the SPLM called the first extraordinary convention, reorganized the constitution, and Comrade Salva walked on foot, and there are photos, to register the SPLM party in 2015. Registration we are talking about now is under the new agreement, where the Political Parties Council and Political Parties Act and Election Act have to be renewed. But before they are renewed, SPLM is a registered party. And we have the right to mobilize anywhere we want in South Sudan. But we are not going to use that registration in 2016 to go into election, unless we are forced to. But if the new laws come into place and there is reconstitution of the Political Parties Council, we are going to register again. We have been existing since 16th of May, 1983. Nothing will stop us from going for registration again. So, and Commonwealth, they have not answered you. There is nobody, no political party other than SPLM that can take this country forward. And when Comrade Peter Biar says, and I agree with him, he said, all of us who are in this forum, if we form a political party under, for example, Comrade Peter Biar, yes, it is possible. We can beat SPLM. But guess what? It will be SPLM beating SPLM. Because Comrade Peter Biar is SPLM. Whether he likes it or not, he just explained it. AJ Yammer is an invention of which party? SPLM is an invasion. Red Army is an invasion of SPLM. So when we say SPLM is the future of South Sudan, we mean SPLM in all its colors. Those who are dissatisfied, those who are in SPLM detainees, those who are in SPLM real, SPLM, we must work very hard to fix the SPLM in order to fix the country of South Sudan. And that's why me, when you see me in red, you all of you know, am I happy? I'm trained as a soldier at 8, 10 years old. People, when I was trained, we have not been born, are now my political leaders. People, when I was doing Fakulty Kip, they were eating tania and full Pikatum, and now my political leaders. Am I happy? But I'm wearing red because I know SPLM is the only way we can fix the country. Let us concentrate on fixing the SPLM, not fixing the country. If you jump from fixing SPLM and you want to fix the country, it will not work. And if we are going to fix SPLM, let's give ourselves time to fix it. Let us be realistic. We cannot fix it in 1 year. We cannot fix it in 2 years. We cannot fix it in 3 years. And that's why I say the next extension must be 6 years. If it's not 6 years, let's go for it. Because one way or another, the SPLM is going to lead to the next 6 years. If you want extension, we will lead for the next 6 years. If you want election, we will still lead for the next 6 years. Which one do you want? It's your choice. We in the SPLM, we are ready to listen to you as our people, and we will lead you in the direction you want to be led. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Gal. Your colleague, another one, Gijame Bolmapur, is in the room. The next speaker is Mr. Inmun Yakani. I see you put your hand. No. Go ahead.
I have to go in 2 minutes. Just give me those 2 minutes so I can exit.
Yeah, let Professor Joe.
Okay.
Let Professor Joe come.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to respond to the question from Wal Peter Moranyarbiet, who asked the question about which alternatives are we looking at when it comes to the next leadership of this country. And I say one has to distinguish between which party, and so that can be the SPLM. And one way to answer it is to say that there is a difference between looking for a political party that can be an alternative and looking for individuals who can run this country. On the front of individuals, I think we don't have shortage of capable people. Any one of these people in this room can lead this country, so long as we know that leading a country is not an individual endeavor. It is usually through a team that you put together. So on the front of individuals, I think there is capability, there is capacity. I don't think there are people who, there are no people who can run this country. And therefore, when it comes to political parties, there is also something called coalition parties. So even if one single party, whether it is NDM or it is SPLM-IO, the reality is that SPLM is going to be defeated both through the breakaway groups who don't want to be in the SPLM under the same leadership because of the way it has lost its vision. And the other political parties can go in coalition with them to form a formidable force that can now either take SPLM away in a different direction or defeat the SPLM. There is no question about alternatives. Lamakol can be in coalition with Peter Biar, with Pagana Mum, with Thomas Sharillo, with people who are still in the bush fighting. If we level the playing field for people to campaign and to coalesce and to offer suggestions on how to steer this country from the morass it is in, I think coalitions is the way to go. And it is going to happen. Just watch it. The way the SPLM almost lost its base in all these different places in 2010, in Jonglei, in Western Equatoria, in Northern Bahr Ghazal, is still going to happen, if only that it is going to be multiplied 100 times, the way it is going to disintegrate. The SPLM has no capacity to stay as one party come the next elections, because each Most people, even those in political leadership positions in the SPLM, in political bureau, in National Liberation Council, a lot of them have disagreed on how this country is being governed. And they are going to, and SPLM is not going to stay as one force, especially that it is going to try to prevent some people from being elected in the primaries the way they did in 2010. When some people contest to become the flag bearer for all levels of the party, and the President Kiir will intervene and suppress some people, use his executive position as a president to govern the party, you will see that the SPLM will disintegrate. And yes, Agel is right. If we are all SPLM, we are not going to be SPLM in the same way that it is being run. We will be SPLM by taking it in different directions. And I think we should not worry about alternatives. South Sudan is endowed with capacities and with political opinion. South Sudan is capable of, the South Sudanese themselves are capable of taking this country in a direction that is completely different from the way it has been run for the 18 years past. We shouldn't worry about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Joe Mudut. The next one is Dr. Sunny John. Other Sunny.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madid, Abraham Madid Majak, and the rest of your team members. We are coming to a conclusion, but if we were to evaluate our discussion here, I would put it not less than 50, but not more than that, because we have been drailing from the topic as we jump from this point to the other. But like John Garang has said, it's a popular statement across the South Sudan that benamang mang zeda naman nevga kwesin. That one has a meaning. Whether we are doing it right or not, we will be all right as time goes by. The questions that were raised were associated with the topic, but to some extent, some of them are not very current as far as our talk is concerned. Like the question of Dr. John, had it not been the recent documentary, possibly that question would have not come. And since others have given answers, I will reserve for another day on that. As we come to the conduct of elections and the association of constituencies with it, you know very well, we have started on a wrong foot. There is nothing that is right, actually. As a matter of truth, if we debate on the census, we debate on what, there is nothing that is right in South Sudan. And that is why we are spending the night talking here to right the things. But as we mentioned, the best alternative at this current period is election to give back the power to the citizen, as Dr. Biar was saying. Because citizens are the owners of the power, but this power is very far from them. It is not benefiting them in any way, whether at their individual levels or as a country as a whole in terms of development, they are not benefiting. So there is nothing that has been put right so that we can be able to say that this one is right, so we are going to improve on the other one. And Agel is saying that we are supposed to only fix the SPLM before we fix the nation. True or false, we cannot be very much answering the same way. Because if we continue fixing SPLM forever, we will actually lose the country. Because of the conflict within the SPLM, there were opinions calling for trusteeship. Was that a right decision? Is that not loss of the country? If SPLM continue fighting itself, and then there become this saturation of no alternative, when are we going to make our country better so our citizens can benefit and believe that we liberated them, not to reward ourselves with the loot and all the corrupt practices? All in all, we have a bottom line, and that is we conduct an election to scale down this big-sized government and to also revitalize not the agreement, but the parliament that will make laws that are viable for the future of our country, and to allow possibly the individuals that will come may have at heart the establishment of an institution that will everlastingly help South Sudan grow as an entity. While I should not concentrate on that question, there are things that we need to consider. In South Sudan, everything is done for a purpose. Whether the end result will be bad or good is something that we cannot talk much about. The recently released estimates, the population estimates, they were not just released for the sake of release. They have a political meaning. They have a political meaning. And a girl has made justifications, which can be very true or can be very wrong, that the figures have staggered on the side of Bahr el-Ghazal, whose population has grown densely compared to the rest. And that has completely challenged the previous census. He justified it that there was stability in some parts of the country, including the Bahr el-Ghazal region, and that is why Warab has grown more than thrice that of Jonglei because of displacement and whatnot. What I can say about that is, why did Bahr el-Ghazal, Warab, grow bigger than a wheel that is equally stable? And why did it grow bigger than Lakes, which is also equally stable? All those are political matters. And when we are sons of the soil, political interests must always not be above the interests of the citizen of our country, because we do politics because of them. If we happen today get a chance, a girl become the president, that is a supposition. I'm not saying he will overthrow President Kiir, so I land him in unnecessary trouble. If he happens to be president by any good chance, I will not cry. I will be.
No, I don't want to be president. Please don't call me president. I don't want to be president.
Yeah, no, I'm just exemplifying. Yeah, I will not be left out. I will be a minister, assuming, isn't it? So our interest will not be to be in that government for the sake of it. We are supposed to reflect this on our people so that they can get 1, 2, 3 things and call themselves citizen of a country. Now we are not like citizen of a country. We are being abused. Even our number plates was used by Kenyan a few days ago to go and attack the son of a president, the former president. If we are a nation that is respected, why didn't they use the number plate of the United States of America to go there? Why didn't they use other countries within the region? Why just South Sudan? These are the questions we need to answer. We have lost a lot, and this is what we have to cover. And to cover it, we have to be honest. As a girl has mentioned, nobody hit SPLM, by the way. We only have deeper from the ideology aspect. When SPLM is focusing so much on fixing itself, the rest are thinking that we should fix the country. Okay? Why can't SPLM wait? Why is it that must be fixed first? Why not the country first and the SPLM later? We can do the opposite, and it is a possibility. I do not want to negate anyone here. As a girl calls that all of us are SPLM, it is true. That is our genesis. And in one way or another, like a girl has lost a lineage to the liberation struggle. Like me, I lost my mother when I was only 3 months old. This is in the name of liberation struggle. She did not die of disease. She was killed. Okay? All in all of us here, if we go to Bolmakur, we go to Abraham, go to Edmund, and to Peter Biar, there are losses after losses. I know a family friend, 2 of Biar's uncles, I think 3 of them, his father, his uncle, Mayom Deng Biar, are my father's good friends. Okay? They have been together. And also another uncle who is a friend to my uncle was killed in the liberation struggle around Tali. This is called Majung Deng Biar. All of us are losers in this process. But to reward ourselves, we are supposed to do the right thing for our country. This is the reward. Political interest aside, what is good for South Sudan? Agel knows, Dr. Biar knows, Bolma Kur knows, Edmond knows. We should belong. And if we should belong, let us at least shape the opinion of the public to the right direction. The right direction is South Sudanese should be interested in what benefits them as a nation, not as individuals. If today I happen to be in that government and I become a millionaire overnight, where will I even enjoy my millions? In a foreign country where I am harassed on the road by the police, where I should be subjected to kitu kidokos. But if I were to be in South Sudan with my millions, I'll be a proud citizen. Because those that will even prune my garden will be our local people. Those that will drive my expensive cars will be our local people. And that way, we have impacted positively on our society. All in all, I am not giving a lecture, but honesty is very important. SPLM is not a problem to us now. We are not discussing it. We know it has put us in the mess. And this is the mess that we need to put right. Again, we were all SPLM. And we are still SPLM, as you said. But I want to divide us into two. As you are in that uniform, and as you are anchored somewhere in the SPLM currently, we call you SPLM dependent. Biar, myself, and the rest, we are SPLM independent. Okay? We are SPLM independent. So that is how I can distinguish us. And let us think critically, without friction, without putting the interest of the party before the interest of the nation, because these parties are only made to make this nation better. So let us think positively about our country. And the best way now is, if we today say that Riek Machar go home, he will say the agreement says, I am a partner. If it is being extended, there is nothing that will leave him out. Believe me. And it is true for SOA, and it is true for all the signatories. How do we stop this cycle from continuing? Because we know, even if they extend for the next 10 years, they will be comfortable with it, but the citizen will not be comfortable. And the nation will go down the lane, deeper, not in a good way, but in a bad way. When my brother Biar says generational exit, let us not also perceive it like we're going to kill all the elders. If my father was to be alive, I would not kill him. Biar will never attempt to kill his father. The same Agel's prayers that my mother did should be healthy so that could see my children and possibly be there as a reference for our family. That is our interest. But in terms of new energy, we are also supposed to develop a pathway that we can call generational entrance. If the exit is hard, we can still enter. And how do we enter? Here we are mulling over the
No, I have love with my microphone on, so sorry.
So we need a generational entrance. So
Generational
that
entry, not a
yes,
generational exit.
yes. There are people
It's all good. It's
outside
all
here.
good. It's the
Yes,
same
I
thing.
am in opposition for the last 6 years. There are people outside here that are deeply in pain. They use tribal identity as the basis of solving our problem. But that one has failed to work. That is why I have to call, like my brother Biar did, upon the youth of South Sudan to think critically, regardless of where we come. Like Edmond is here, we should not think regional. Because there are already others that are calling to annex their area to Uganda or to Congo or to Kenya. Are there no challenges in Uganda? How soon will the newcomers be received better than the northern Uganda that we all see? Okay? Than the northern Kenya that we all see. And then the North Kivu that I went to as a rebel, of course. No, I don't go there. All this, if we come to conclusion, we need our country and we can fix it. We just need to open our hearts and accept that these elders are not our enemies, but let them not overuse us in a bad way. They should use us constructively. If a girl is sent to go and fetch for fire, so children of South Sudan are cooked for, that is good. But if he is sent to go and eliminate BR, that is not good. If I am sent to possibly go and guide our boys that are playing football with the neighboring country, like Albino Ball is a good thing. But if they are telling me to go possibly and create anarchy somewhere, it's not good. So we know the truth. We know the truth. We can defend our parties, but where will we go? We will go nowhere. I know very well the competition ground is not level, like Edmund has mentioned. Is not level. Whoever that will compete now will think getting SPLM ticket. That is what is in their mind. Not because SPLM has very brilliant ideas that an independent entity cannot do. No, SPLM has a monopoly of everything. They have the resources, they have the guns, they have the decision makers, they have everything. They can even decide to make South Sudan better tomorrow, and it is possible. Yeah. Why do they beat around the bush and not make it right? You just do it with South Sudan so that people, what do doctors? Dr. Biar can venture in politics. He's a high doctor or PhD that can formulate policies. What of a doctor whose responsibility is to conduct surgery so that he makes the well-being of people come to terms?
Okay.
Doing in politics. Okay.
Make
I
your
should be busy in the dissection. I mean, in the theater, operating patients, while those of Agel and Biar are tussling out. But now we have only created a political path as the only channel that we walk through. Kindly, Agel, my brother, don't over defend SPLM. We don't hate SPLM. People that are in the SPLM there are the likes of Isaiah Lier Machinko, the likes of Uncle Bangol, and the likes of President Selpa. They are all for us. We are not very much going to destroy them. You have seen from Biar there is sense of reflection. When he apologized, it was not cowardice. It was not he is less a man, but he was doing that one because he has known the limitation and there is time for reflection. Let us reflect and make South Sudan a better place. Let us give those with the tears in their face at least a chance to smile. I rest my case. Shukran.
Thank you, Dr. Sandy John. Appreciate it. Before I let everybody go, let me give this minute to one of your Red Army colleague, Bormakur. Bormakur, if you are there, you can go ahead with a minute to say greeting and say last few minutes before we let our guests go.
Thank you, Abraham Adit. I welcome everybody.
Before you go ahead, just tell us which camp you were and be specific about the Red Army unit you belong to.
Thank you, Comrade Agel. First of all, I am very excited to see all the offspring of the SPLA, SPLM. I know that it is shifted a little bit. Pyramid, they call it SPLM, but we still step back so we can bring back the memories. My name is Bol Makur, as it is written, but I have new faces that we never met before. We see each other on Facebook. For instance, Comrade DR Birajak and Mr. Edmund, you are welcome to Lake State Media. My Comrade Agel, you are welcome to Lake State Media as usual. I'm a Red Army from Dima. I left home 1987. We arrived to Dimo in 1988. We went to the field, trained, and we were first named as Huria. I believe Agel Intercan mean I think Anyin or Zalzal, something like
No,
that.
Greater.
Yes,
Horea is in the
yes,
father. Horea, you are in the father.
yes, yes. Now after
And I am
Huria, we were trained. Yes, so we were trained Tabur, Shumalib, Yominlib, Uhor Wagif, Ubaden. We were changed to be Intifada. That's a little story about Katiba Intifada. And we were saying, James Waradab, Limeri Jaiwen, Kutaban Sadi Almadi Pikanda, Katiba Buluma, Pia Kuliyum Shakala, Kalani Kobwala. As PLM Mamuluju, Mitarir Gadam, Burjuadin, Kom Comrade John, Victor John, Harba Galain, Komalian Manira, Ujumi Tarit. Harvijinai. That was my Edin Katiba Diakin. That was my my.
No, I know you. I know you more than you know yourself. Just continue.
Yeah. So the reason why I bring up the song because, as BR said, old J. Alamed. Okay, thank you. Old J. Alamed.
Edmond, a last remark. He is leaving actually. Maybe
Okay.
a minute.
I might give. Let me leave
Edmund. Let Bol finish. Let Bol finish, and then Edmund can come.
Yeah, Edmund, hang on for a second so Bol can finish, and then you can come put your
Edmund, I will love your responses because you are interested. Okay.
Go ahead, Bol. Listening.
He's around. Don't worry. Go on. He will wait.
Okay. So, as Dr. Biar said that we were there, but I want to let people know that all Jij Alamir, they were in those areas of Dima, Peñdo, and Yitang. And they were all going to Hilla, Ujai, Lemarcas. You know, after they were trained, you will be trained, and then you go, even if you don't have a father, there were some relatives that you can go to, and you come back to the camp, you know, and you still considered as a Jij Alamir. It is not only people that were content in the camp that considered themselves Jij Alamir. Jij Alamir is all, even the people that were in Khartoum itself. Because Dr. John Garang said that the more fighters are the one in Khartoum looking at the eye of the Arabs. Those people, we are considered them also as Jij Alamir. So not only people in the bush or people that were in Dima, and so it's anybody that told Arab that I need my self-determination is considered as Red Army. And today I will not go into so many topics because we host you and everything have been said. All of you have said something important, and I will not take people back again because I came late. And I came late because of this debate. Comrade Abraham Adit invited me 2 days ago. And actually, I drove from very far. I drove from California to Seattle, Washington. And right away, once I arrived, I just jumped into my computer because I want to, I want to host my comrade. So that's why I came late. So apologize and forgive me for that. So yes, so that's my little background. I am Jij Amir Bita Intifada. Been there in Dima. There's nothing that I don't know about the SPLA, SPLM. Dr. John Graham once came and we ran to him and I greeted him because girl, you remember, we were on that side of the Marcus. So when Dr. John came, he came with the Jeep. I remember he put one of his jamus, in front of him. And right away I was playing, little soccer, we made a sock, and then we put some thread in there. Yeah, a kurashrab in Arabic, right? And then we were playing, and then he emerged. So we ran to him, and right away I was the one, rest my hand on the at the window. So I greeted him, and right away I didn't even know if that was him. And he said, "Amerweye." That's when everybody came out, because
you got out of the car, and you joined us in Paris.
Yes, he was really a father, he was a father to Jij Alamir, he was really a father. we always remember him, and he said SPLA, and then that's when we know, oh, John Garangachiben, and everybody was crazy about it, and we ran with we go back to our Katab and we arrange ourselves, and then we went to Mazara, you know, the joint meeting of the SPLA that they were always right.
Who died the other day at Medina.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. So the reason why we talked about this is not because we are we want to make other people that did not went to SPLA feel bad. No, we tell them, all of you also, you are our heroes. But let the story be told, you know, because I know that there are some people outside there who don't like to hear that we have liberated. No, you know, I like to say I have liberated, but I like to say that you as well have already liberated as well. Remember my mother. My mother, I consider her one of the liberators before me. And why? When Zalzal came, again, Zalzal was released from Dima. They used to call it Malon Jim, if you can remember. When Zalzal came, yes, Malon Chubak. When Zalzal came, they came all the way to Yeru. Right.
Don't start up the Garang John.
Yeah, we run out of time. Yakani and Peter Biar, they are leaving. So if you can.
Okay.
Yeah, they are about to leave.
All right. Let me just. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. I really appreciate. I will next time I will come earlier, and I will start from there. I really appreciate. Peter Biar, was nice meeting you. Welcome to Lake State Media. And I was very happy though when you came and apologized. Apology is something very difficult, very, very difficult. The only person who can bring it up is a hero.
Man.
So, yeah, and your apology is changing. You know, do not think that Chin Chloe apology to have is changing. Is cleaning up the image of Red Army. You know, like when a girl said that we were the one, you know, creating this. It's creating the image of Red Army, that our fathers, we can, you know, be wrong, but then we can later say, I'm sorry. But I just want to say one thing. Be leaders got big ping. Now ping jam. Whereby Panmonjang, let me speak Dinka. Tichimed word. Kuura to dumit. Kalas. Kajilwe lanche yinman, anabating late, anabating. And then people keep on, buka japur. Najuka jata apur. Kuye late, rajuka jacham, kuuru jo ichol. Yelwel gal Peter Biar, well, DR John, DR Sunday the John, well, Gelmachari, the one of these boys. Barda Mendia, Umulu Kichidikan. Wuru bija chol chani chuo kuje jamnum. Lakini bi kang ti Umulu Kichidikan. Kubakulu Kichidikan, but juir.
What explain?
Yati juir. Tibiria wurpo jabentin kan. Now be ja white, kabi ja white. Now be tat, kayin be ja tat. Now be booth, biran booth. You go at Mwanjang languages, you know, a little bit.
I know.
Bini jabu the jami, jamun chini chol chana no kucho wo winokol, either kayitok la bog, well, chalwel that to gal nong the dundo chalwel yina crack. Well, non could you quat chayin wood ko nim, kayin be wood chol well woolen, kujeli joka jam ki. Tichin jal jam, kawur, well a ye woolen, well a koi quon. Keten ka punishment be jabe. Kuwa bella koi qua. What is in this analogy? Koi did qua. To nongen kichi med word, to nongen ki yo, you word. And we chen wo kang chol, kubi wo kang tao ko nim, kubi wo ti, and we were kichi can word. Achana nong ka ting right away na chiran wo kera na ye panach kwa chakang le lon in social media ngu ye panach menda wo monjang kuno ngu chu wo ngu ndi de red den panach men ko no ko chi ko wo ngu mai kala da manu we biar we gato sijini ya we yo jam ka ting especially the man bin you dom that when I made the statement ngu in na no ku chu wo ko ga lu ka capital punishment more than other people ko wo ye monjang so ku bugla kwai kwa ngu chin wo kang chol chan wo ga chu ben ka dang mo jo kwai ko ga chu ben ka sakin wa bu nyu woni ku chol wo ti jo ngu ye we ka chir ka lo burut ka nga explain then bin wo go chi the lum you squeeze our neck tangolas ku chwedo wo sijini wala lura and sidelined yik dictor sande de John kana toror yin biar ayuku nyar bala bay ku bayna apology wer bala jam ko nim chimin wer tinga na gala gal jam ko nim ku ba jwer ke ngulo yin apology ku bi nyi ke koy kwa ken ran go chi de lombi de ku yin kini ti gal mu chaman man ine ke ya lele kole ine ku bugla koy kwa wo ku chimi wo yako kan ti don ko no ga bay a charan do to tin ko ya ki di de ban rando no runtier bet ku kulo ya lep ina lo runtier bet ke aki jeni ke nyini kan ter bet aki de aki lo ke ti lo bet al lep na ci go pinga le ci luel kala then ina yi ran kilo tong ben kir ku le luel wala man kene you know ku ne kra junub Sudan ke ye chol bu ko rut ta bu ko rut da bu ko rut la luel ku bi ngak bi dil ro ine kinda go bay panda so kene ine ku wi ku buk ton koy kwa kulo ku bi wo ka nga ti yin se bi no go ya chi na go ke jam ken we pan man bu ko jiten kon ya ki charom ku e kulo ku message cha ka lwel ku message ko bu ko be lwel a wi bi ko di kwa ka ya kwani yin wa cha ka le jiten an bu ko chan bu ko be ber chan na man ji to kwan an ji po mi red you ben show I'm so happy that you guys are here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I know our guest has been here for almost 4 hours, and I think this is the time that we conclude the show. Before I go ahead, do you want to let me give this Dr. Biar? Do you have a conclusion? 1 minute.
Yes, I have a small baby who is about 7 weeks old, and my wife has been very patient with me the whole day while we have been having the discussion. So, if possible, I can have a 1 minute remark.
Yeah, go ahead, and then you can leave.
Yeah. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much to the Lake State Media. I want to thank you, Brother Abraham Madid. I want to thank Bol Makur. I want to thank Majung Makur. I want to thank Isaac Tieng and everyone that is involved in this great organization. You people are doing an excellent job. I want to really encourage you to continue with the spirit of the discussion that you have been doing, and to invite more people, even those who are unhappy and who have taken up arms, including those allied to our brother Thomas Shirillo. You let them come. Let everybody speak. When we create a space like this, we are really helping ourselves because we are all traumatized. And because of the way in which challenges have overcome us in South Sudan, we have made this thing to destroy our social fabric, and we have hated ourselves. So we really need a national conversation. And what you are doing in the Lake State Media is really an excellent job. So I just want to appreciate you, and I want to encourage you to continue. Invite more brothers too. Let them come and talk. Invite those of IO, like it was suggested before. Let them come and talk. Invite our mothers and sisters, the women, so that we can also hear their views. This would be an excellent job, and you are already doing a great work. I just want to commend you on that. The last thing that I want to say, again, it may seem like a repetition, but I want to appeal again to the young people of South Sudan. You are really the future of South Sudan. You are the present of South Sudan, and you are the future of South Sudan. Let us not take our role lightly. And let us not say that we are disempowered, that we don't have power. Our power is beyond measure. We are very, very, very powerful. We have the power to destroy this country, and we have the power to make it better. We have been used having guns, killing ourselves in all these political struggles, in all these communal violence. But at the end of the day, we are just only destroying ourselves. We are destroying our children. We are destroying our women. We are destroying our economy. So I really want us to begin a new chapter. Let us stop violence of any form, whether it is political violence or communal violence. Let us stop it. If there is someone that is coming to tell you, take up arm to go and fight, tell them, no, me, I'm not going to fight. Because we should be able to reason, like the way we have reasoned now in this conversation. We had some disagreement, as you have all seen. And that is normal because we have different opinions and we are a human being. Every person has their own way of thinking. So when we listen to one another and we treat ourselves as brothers and we really listen to what the other person is saying, we are able to find a way forward. As you have seen now, we have all converged onto the same point. All of us, we love South Sudan. Every person, every South Sudanese out there, they love South Sudan. So let us not antagonize ourselves, label ourselves, these people are against the country, these one are the one for the country. No, we are all patriots. We all love this country. So let's give ourselves time to be able to speak. Finally, I want us, the young people of South Sudan, not to take these elections lightly. The elections are coming. And this is the opportunity we have all been waiting for. Let us begin to prepare ourselves. Those of us who have become SPLM independent, as Dr. Sunday De John put it, let us come together and let us organize ourselves. It doesn't matter who is going to lead us. The issue is not even about leadership. Personally, I'm happy to work with anyone. It's not about a leadership. It's about changing our countries, putting our ideas together. Country is not run by one individual. It requires systems. It requires individuals of different background and experiences to come together in a spirit of cooperation and agree on agenda that is inclusive, agenda that reflect all the different views of our people, and then we implement it. We have a beautiful country, but we have destroyed because we are thinking only about ourselves. We are thinking about power. We are thinking about resources so that we can become rich. But this country is so rich, every single one of us can be rich if we just take time, we organize ourselves, and we treat each other with brotherhood. I want our elders to understand that we do not hate them at all. In fact, if anything, we are grateful to them for the sacrifice that they made. I know when the struggle started in the 1950s, those who were President Salva Kiir, they were not any different than what we went through in the Red Army. They were child soldiers, and they struggled, and they continue their struggle until we have realized it today. So we do not hate them. We are grateful to them. We thank them for their cooperation, and we want to assure them that they have absolutely nothing to fear from us. And one of the reasons why I oppose these peace agreements is because sometimes they put things in there that are very unnecessary. Like, for example, now, if we are saying that our elders should give us time so that we can move forward, but at the same time, we have this so-called hybrid court, so that we say we will be able to take people to the court. And we are asking them so that they can rest and be advisors. This is
Yeah,
not inclusive.
yeah. Can I just interrupt you for 10 seconds?
Sure, sure.
Have you realized that 4 hours later, the only people that are left are the Red Army? It's only three of us. Did you realize that?
I do. I do.
Because we can go for 10 hours, we can go for 10 days because we are patriots. Yeah, they even this like Jijama.
Aywa.
Jijama no charge no cardiac. Continue.
There's up. What I want to say is our leaders, they have nothing to fear from us. Someone like our President Salva Kiir, he can never fear anything from the Red Army because, as Comrade Agal said before, Dr. John was our commander, and Salva Kiir, when we formed the Red Army Foundation, he was our patron. He supported us financially.
He's still our person.
All the members of the High Command, those of Kual Manyang, they flew from board so that they can come and celebrate with us. We love them. There is nothing bad that we could ever wish against them. And in fact, they are histories of South Sudan. They're living histories of South Sudan. We want to immortalize everything that they have done in our archives. We have already done that in our songs. If you see our songs, we have praised them. We continue to sing these songs, and our children are learning these songs. So they should never fear that we have something against them. No. All we are saying is whatever bad that we have gone through is not unique to SPLM. Every liberation struggle have had the same experiences like what the SPLM has gone through. And the aspiration, by the way, we have are the same human aspiration. If you go anywhere in the world, people want freedom, they want justice, they want prosperity, they want equality. It's not something that is unique to South Sudanese. So what I'm saying is let us not be afraid of our history. We know the things that have happened, they happened for the reasons of that time, and they happen. There is nothing that can be done about it. So let us not be held hostage by the things that have happened in the history. Let us start a new chapter. And in this new chapter, let's build a country that is inclusive of all of us, country in which our voices are heard and they are reflected, and it's within our power to build those countries. It's not just only us, the young people, who are going to build that country. We need their wisdom, we need the experience, we need their guidance. So let us together come as people of South Sudan, not as factions of SPLMIG or SPLMIO or SPLMFDs or whatever, all the different factions. Let us come as people that have suffered together in a common struggle to create a better future. And when we do that, we are capable of moving forward. We want them to be there so that they can see with their own eyes that South Sudan can change. Look at Rwanda, where Rwanda is today. And they came from a genocide. And because they were committed and they were united and they were focused on solving their problem, now they are among the fastest growing countries in the world. We can do better than Rwanda because we are a much bigger country. We have more resources than Rwanda, and we have people that are brilliant and that God has given them the knowledge. And it's not me making this up. You just have to read the book of the Bible. And the Bible itself acknowledges the enormous capacity of South Sudanese people. So let us not take ourselves short. Let us not say that we are not educated, we are illiterate, we are too deformed. No, we are not deformed. We just need to shift our mindset and we begin a new journey. And this journey is journey we can all walk together. I'm not excluding anyone. All I'm just saying is time has come for you people to trust us because you are the one who raised us. You are the one who planted in us this seed of nationalism. You are the one that signed us up in the Red Army. My father, Jaguda, was the one that went and enlisted me in the Red Army. I did not even know what I was doing, but he was the one that took me there. So now they should trust that they have done a good job. You have to trust your children when they grow up, because at one point you will not be there to watch them. You will have to have faith that you have trained them well and that they will carry on and they will do a positive contribution to the world. It is time really for our leaders in the SPLM to trust us, the Red Army, to know that they have done a good job with us and that we are capable of taking from where they have left the struggle of our people and take it to another level so that the South Sudan become that beautiful country that we are all proud of. It has really been a great honor to share this platform with you, Comrade Agal Ring Machar, with you, Dr. Sunday De John, with the brothers that have already left. Dr. Jok Madut is a great scholar, is someone that has put South Sudan on the map in so many different ways. With our brother also, Edmund Yakani, is doing a great job inside the country. And also to be joined by our brother, Bol Makur, Abraham Madin Majak, Paul Tieng, and Majung Makur. It's really a great honor. And I thank also our brothers that has joined us in the clubhouse, like Walpeter Moranyar is also one of the great Red Army veterans, is someone that is also devoted to the struggle of South Sudan. It is time, really, brothers, that we come together. Let us not allow ourselves to be divided. Let us come together, unite ourselves, and unite our people, and begin a new path for the country. Not because we are excluding anyone, but because we really want to realize those aspirations for which our people suffered for so long. Thank you so much. And I look forward to being invited again to the Lakes State Media so that we can continue this conversation with our people. Thank you so much.
There is part B. Part B for this is there. The round two.
Round two.
But still, you do not ask me again to have a concluding remark. Whatever Peter Biar has done is enough. I'm not going to talk anymore. So
Thank
when
you.
we're ready to end,
I also don't have to say anything.
Okay,
no, I have no more.
thank you guys. So before we let go, I will let
Whatever Peter Biar says is finished. I'm not going to say more.
before
It doesn't matter whether I wear red or yellow. It doesn't matter. But
before I
whatever
let
you said is enough.
go, you guys need to listen to your song.
Go ahead.
By Sanat, Atem Yurakan, Atem Panan.
Indeed,
Somebody have to bull beat yourself.
Thank you, gentlemen. Our next show, part 2, round 2, will be organized. And the next round 2, I would like all our viewers to know that the next political debate will come round 2, and we wish SPLIO representative will be available on the round 2. I would like to say thank you, our guest, Dr. Biara Jack, Comrade Galmacha Ring, Dr. Sandy John, Mr. Irmun Yakani, Dr. Jogmudu Jog. I would like to say thank you for so much for coming in and feed the people of South Sudan in your knowledge. This is what we want. I would like to thank you so much, and all our viewers who are watching Clubhouse, Facebook, and YouTube. Thank you very much. Lagos State Media is always here for you. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful morning wherever you are. God bless you all. May God bless South Sudan. Amirwaye.
Madid, there are some folks say that
in Juba, Malatori, hey, Ambio, in Ping William, in Benti, Walla Quatu, hey, wow, in Ping William, in Malkal, Walla Pinyaram, in Ping William.